Hey everyone, tonight we're diving into the twisted family trees of some of the most famously inbred women of the medieval era, daughters of cousins, brides to uncles, and sometimes both. It's all part of the royal game of keeping power. Close, a little too close. Crew, roll in. Now, settle in, dim the lights. Maybe crack the window for a bit of breeze, and let's ease into tonight's strange little corner of history. You've heard the saying that history repeats itself, but sometimes it doesn't just repeat. It recycles, condenses, and in the case of European royal bloodlines, it folds in on itself like a poorly shuffled deck of cards. Our story tonight begins with one of the most infamous outcomes of this habit, Joanna of Castile, more commonly and controversially remembered as Juana la Loca, or Joanna the Mad. She was born in 1479. Yes, that Isabella and Ferdinand, the ones who united Spain, kicked out the Moors, and gave Christopher Columbus the green light to go find India and bump into the Bahamas instead. But while their public accomplishments were vast, their private lives were much more familiar. They were second cousins, not exactly uncommon for royalty. Marrying inside the family was seen as strategic. It kept titles tidy, lands consolidated, and alliances reliable. But like storing your valuables in a damp attic, this had consequences over time. Joanna's family, the House of Trastamara, had a strong tradition of cousin marriage. So by the time she was born, the royal bloodline had been so thoroughly mixed and remixed that emotional instability, chronic melancholy, and the occasional unfortunate chin had become less of an exception and more of a family trait. From early on, Joanna was described as intelligent and deeply devout, but also prone to intense emotions. Whether these were early signs of mental illness or the ordinary struggles of a highly educated woman in a world that prized obedience and silence is still debated. But either way, was more Habsburg than handsome. One of his ancestors had been born from an uncle-niece marriage. Others had stacked up cousins on cousins like royal nesting dolls. When Joanna was sent to Flanders to marry him, it was a classic power move. The union joined Spain's Trastamara line with the Habsburgs, creating a vast European empire that would one day span from the Americas to Austria. But for Joanna, it was the beginning of emotional isolation and betrayal. At first, she was reportedly infatuated with her husband. She was striking, expressive, and enamored with him. Unfortunately, the feeling was not mutual. Philip quickly grew distant, preferring the company of other women, drink, and court intrigues. For Joanna, this wasn't just heartbreaking, it was maddening. She was isolated in a foreign court, surrounded by courtiers who spoke a different language, wore different clothes, and didn't care much for Spanish etiquette. She was mocked for her outbursts of jealousy, and when she expressed frustration or sadness, she was labeled unstable. Philip, ever the political opportunist, began referring to her as mad, a narrative that would suit his ambitions all too well. Over time, Joanna's emotional distress grew. She was seen wandering the halls at night, weeping or searching for Philip. At one point, she reportedly attacked one of his mistresses in a fit of rage. And yet, throughout all this, she continued to bear children, 6 in total, including the future emperor, Charles V, who would one day inherit a unified Spain and a sprawling empire, along with the very same genetic risks that plagued his ancestors. What's worth noting, though, is that mental illness, even if real, wasn't necessarily what disqualified Joanna from ruling. Rather, it was the convenient tool used to sideline her. When Philip died suddenly in 1506, possibly poisoned, though nothing was proven, Joanna's reaction only fueled the narrative. According to legend, and possibly propaganda, she refused to bury him for months, traveling with his coffin across Castile in nightly processions. Some said she opened the casket to kiss his corpse. Others said she feared other women would try to seduce his dead body. Whether or not any of that actually happened is debated. But what did happen is this. Her father, Ferdinand, returned, declared her unfit to rule, and locked her away in a convent in Tordesillas, a place she would remain for the next 46 years. And so, the woman who was once meant to be the Queen of Spain and consort of Burgundy became little more than a political pawn. Historians still argue about whether she was truly mad or merely inconvenient, too passionate, too emotional, too hard to control. But the legacy of her bloodline lived on. Her son, Charles V, and later her grandson Philip II, continued the tradition of marrying cousins. The Habsburg jaw grew stronger, the chin got longer, and the line of descent, both powerful and precarious, kept going. What does it mean, really, when we call someone mad in history? Was Joanna unwell, or just unloved in the worst possible place? And how many other queens and princesses, clever, emotional, frustrated by their confinement, were written off in the same way? So, let's picture it. The year is 1509. You're in a stone convent in Tordesillas. It's winter. The walls are damp. The firewood is scarce. And behind the reinforced wooden door of one narrow cell sits a woman who was once heir to one of the most powerful kingdoms in Europe. Her name is Joanna of Castile. Most simply call her mad, but the reality, it's murkier than any chronicled fairy tale of insanity. After the sudden death of her husband Philip the Handsome in 1506, a death shrouded in suspicion and political opportunity, Joanna's father, Ferdinand of Aragon, wasted little time reclaiming power. Despite Joanna being the legal queen of Castile, Ferdinand declared her mentally unfit to rule, was now grounds for confinement. And confined she was to the monastery of Santa Clara in the provincial town of Tordesillas, where she remained forgotten and used for 46 long years. Now here's where things get both extremely boring and darkly fascinating. Joanna's confinement was not the peaceful kind. She wasn't simply given a bed and a prayer book and told to relax. Her life became a slow, methodical ritual of monotony and surveillance. The windows of her chamber were nailed shut. She was forbidden to see most of her children. Her food was rationed, and she was rarely allowed to bathe. There are even accounts documented by both Spanish chroniclers and passing foreign frontiments that suggest she was sometimes denied sunlight for weeks. She shared the space with a decaying royal corpse. Yes, really, whether out of grief or because she feared desecration, Joanna reportedly insisted that Philip's coffin remain nearby. For some time, it rested in a room adjacent to hers. There are tales, half myth, half record, of her opening the casket periodically, of speaking to the corpse, of ensuring no woman other than herself ever came near him. To many, this behavior was proof of madness, but to others, it was performance. It may have been a calculated way to preserve the image of a woman so stricken by love that she deserved no political power, a narrative planted and cultivated by the very people who stood to benefit from her absence. Think about it. If Joanna was just grieving, if she was simply emotional, then removing her from power would be unjust. But if she was mad, a danger to herself and others, then locking her away in a convent could be spun as benevolence. Political theater, with a crown-shaped prop. Her father ruled until his death. Then her son, Charles V, the future Holy Roman Emperor, took over. And here's the kicker. He, too, left her locked away. Charles, born of the same Habsburg Trastamara blood that twisted the European family tree into knots, had been raised in the Netherlands and arrived in Spain a stranger. He didn't speak Spanish when he arrived to take power. His mother, technically queen, was kept out of sight. And once again, he used her madness to validate his own authority. Charles, to his credit, did visit her once. According to the records of his aides, he found her silent, pale, barely lucid. Meanwhile, the convent of Tordesillas became less of a prison and more of a dusty museum for the living, ever trusted. But even Beatrice disappeared from the records eventually. She passed her days with prayer, pacing, and letters that no one answered. In the later years, her health declined. She developed arthritis, her teeth rotted. She reportedly refused to eat anything unless it was brought to her by a certain servant, and she once went weeks refusing to bathe or speak at all. She spoke only in Latin psalms and whispers. Occasionally, someone outside the convent would catch wind of her condition and publish a letter about her suffering, but no action followed. By now, Joanna had been redefined, not as a ruler or even a mother, but as a relic of an uncomfortable past that no one wished. And yet, in this boring, cruel cycle of candles, shadows, and slow decay, her legacy was taking root in ways no one could predict. Because while Joanna was imprisoned in her cell, her children were busy forging the future of Europe, and all of them bore the genetic stamp of two empires, too tightly woven together. Her son, Charles V, the most powerful man in Europe, would marry his cousin, Isabella of Portugal. His son, Philip II, would then marry his own niece, Anna of Austria. And from there, the famous Habsburg jaw would grow more prominent, as would mental instability, sterility, and a dismal lack of healthy heirs. It all leads us to a strange thought. While Joanna's mind may or may not have been fractured, the world outside certainly was. The people who locked her away out of fear or convenience would go on to create a lineage of rulers who were often unwell, deeply isolated, and obsessed with control. Back in Tordesillas, Joanna grew weaker each year. Occasionally, she would rally. There are accounts of her speaking clearly, even sharply, to the few people she was allowed to see. One monk recorded her quoting scripture with precision, and another said she once asked why the bells never rang for her anymore. In 1555, at the age of 75, Joanna died in that same convent cell. No grand procession, no royal honors, just a quiet burial next to the man who betrayed her and whose death she never quite stopped carrying with her. Some historians have called her tragic. Others call her mad. But the truth may be far simpler and far sadder. She was born at the wrong intersection of power, politics, and DNA. Was Joanna truly insane? And fear? And how many women like her were buried in footnotes, silenced not because they screamed too loudly, but because they knew too much. So now the cell is empty. The stone walls still stand, cold and silent. But the woman once known as Joanna, the mad, lies beneath them, buried next to the man who betrayed her in life and immortalized her in death. But the story doesn't end with her. In fact, the real weight of Joanna's story is not in her suffering, though that alone is considerable, but in what came after. Her children, her descendants, and the dynasty she helped stitch together would become one of the most powerful in European history, and one of the most genetically doomed. Let's start with her son, Charles V. He inherited more territory than any ruler in centuries. Spain, the Low Countries, parts of Italy, Austria, and the sprawling colonies in the New World, it all sat under one crown. The map looked impressive, but the family tree, it looked like a noose. Charles was deeply devout, politically brilliant, and, like his mother, prone to dark moods. He suffered from gout, epilepsy, and what we would now call chronic depression. He often referred to himself as God's servant, but feared that God had stopped listening. He even abdicated the throne in his final years, retreating to a monastery, where he reportedly demanded that his own funeral be rehearsed while he was still alive, so he could watch how history would mourn him. It was Charles who married his first cousin, Isabella of Portugal, a union that produced Philip II, the king who would marry 4 times. 2 of those times to his own close relatives, including his niece, Anna of Austria. This is where the Habsburg line starts visibly falling apart. By the time we get to Philip II's son, Charles II of Spain, Joanna's great-great-grandson, the effects of centuries of inbreeding are no longer subtle. Charles II, nicknamed El Hechizado, the Bewitched, was born in 1661 with a list of conditions that reads more like a medical case study than a royal biography. He had an enlarged tongue that made speech difficult, severe gastrointestinal disorders, epilepsy, and near-total infertility. He didn't learn to speak until he was 4 or walk until he was 8. He was also described as listless, confused, and childlike, even into adulthood. But despite this, he was made king, not because he was capable, but because there was no one else left. Charles II's reign was a slow-motion collapse. Spain, once the richest empire in the world, slipped into poverty, war, and stagnation. While his advisors bickered and nobles schemed, Charles himself spent much of his time alone, surrounded by priests, exorcists, and alchemists, trying to rid himself of the curse that everyone believed plagued his bloodline. It was no curse, of course. It was simple biology. The family tree, traced back, revealed repeated cousin marriages over generations, uncle to niece, first cousins, double cousins, 25, the genetic equivalent of sibling-level reproduction. And it all traced back to strategic decisions like the one that married Joanna of Castile to Philip the Handsome. The goal was power. The result was collapse. When Charles II died in 1700, he left no heir, none. His will attempted to pass the Spanish throne to a distant French cousin, which triggered the War of the Spanish Succession, a bloody, continent-wide conflict that redrew the map of Europe and cost hundreds of thousands of lives. The dynasty Joanna helped create had not only failed to produce healthy heirs, it had managed to spark one of the deadliest wars of the century on its way out. And yet, through all of this, Joanna remained a shadow. She was remembered mostly through rumor, the queen who kissed her husband's corpse, the woman who went mad from love, the mother who was too unstable to rule, and faded in archives, was often one of a weeping woman in black, a tragic footnote to a grander story about men and their empires. But quietly, in academic circles and dusty chronicles, a different version of Joanna began to emerge in the centuries that followed. A woman highly educated in Latin and philosophy, a devout Catholic who debated theologians before she was 15. A woman caught between the old world of religious politics and the new age of global empires. A woman who dared to question her confinement, who protested the manipulation of her authority. It's worth asking, what does madness really mean in the hands of kings and courtiers? In Joanna's case, it may have meant grief, or protest, or resistance. In a world where royal women were tools for alliance building and wombs for succession, Joanna's refusal to behave made her dangerous. She loved obsessively, she grieved loudly, she refused to disappear, and so they made her disappear. The boring truth of Joanna's life is not the drama of madness, but the quiet, bureaucratic machinery that erased her voice, not with poison or daggers, but with paperwork, confinement, and an official diagnosis that no one ever tried to treat. And all the while, the men who sidelined her built an empire out of intermarriage, silence, and fear, an empire that grew impressive and unstable in equal measure, and which, eventually, like its royal bloodline. Today, Joanna's story sits in textbooks and footnotes, often summed up in one sentence. Joanna, the Mad Queen of Castile, ruled in name but was deemed unfit and confined. But you know better now. You've followed the coffin through Castile. You've listened to the silence in her stone cell, and watched the Habsburg jaw grow heavier with each generation. You've seen how the thrones she was denied eventually crumbled under the weight of their own blood. So maybe Joanna wasn't mad. Maybe she was just the first to notice the family was falling apart. And maybe the question we should be asking isn't why she lost her crown, but who decided she didn't deserve to wear it in the first place. If you were a royal child in the 16th century, your job wasn't to rule, it wasn't to learn. It wasn't even to survive. It was to marry, and hopefully not die too quickly doing so. Isabel of Austria, born in 1501, understood this from the moment she could walk. She was the daughter of Philip the Handsome and Joanna of Castile, the very same Joanna we just spent 3 sections unboxing, which made Isabel both a princess of Spain and a Habsburg by blood. By the time Isabel was old enough to know her name, her destiny had already been charted. She was royal cargo, not in a metaphorical sense, literally shipped with trunks and priests and dowry letters to Portugal, where a distant cousin waited to marry her. The year was 1526, and Isabel, just 24, became Queen of Portugal. Her groom, King John III, her cousin, of course, like very much her cousin. The union made perfect political sense. The Spanish Habsburgs wanted to keep Iberia consolidated. Portugal was wealthy, with colonies in India and Brazil, and Spain was increasingly paranoid about French and Ottoman influence. So what better way to build an alliance than to marry to people who shared not only a political agenda, but also roughly 75% of the same grandparents. But before she became Queen of Portugal, Isabel's life had already been warped by the quiet cruelty of royal survival. She was only 5 when her father died, possibly poisoned, certainly unpopular. She was 9 when her mother was imprisoned, and while Joanna was locked away in Tordesillas, Isabel and her siblings were scattered like diplomatic playing cards across Europe. Her brother Charles, future Holy Roman Emperor, took power. Her sisters married into France, Denmark, and Hungary. And Isabel, she was groomed, and groomed some more. She was taught languages, theology, court etiquette, and embroidery. But because she was expected to appear cultured enough to make her genetically narrow bloodline seem exotic, the Habsburgs were known for this. They polished their daughters like porcelain, then packed them off to whichever cousin kingdom needed a queen. But Portugal was a dangerous kingdom to enter, especially for a woman. The Portuguese court was famously rigid and suspicious. John III, her husband, was deeply Catholic, increasingly austere, and more interested in governance and theology than conversation or romance. Their marriage was respectful but distant. Isabel, like many royal wives, did not attend councils or offer opinions on foreign policy. She spent most of her time in secluded apartments, giving birth, recovering from birth, or mourning, and she mourned often. Isabel was pregnant 9 times. Only 2 of her children survived infancy, and only one, Prince Joe Manuel, made it to adolescence. That child, sickly from the start, was described as frail, quiet, and thin. Sound familiar? Doctors at the time offered theories, curses, demons, bile imbalances. But we know now what they didn't. These were the early signs of Habsburg degeneration. Joao was the product of 2 parents who were both Habsburgs, and whose own parents had also been first cousins. Joao died at 16. The cause? Tuberculosis, probably. Or maybe just the sheer weight of royal chromosomes fighting each other in his bloodstream. By that point, Isabel had already buried 7 children. Some died within weeks. Others were stillborn. One, a daughter, lived long enough to be baptized before fading away. And yet, Isabel kept going. Not because she wanted to, but because that was her job. She wasn't alone. All across Europe, royal women were doing the same, silently enduring pregnancies, infections, miscarriages, and the emotional exhaustion of being both politically crucial and personally invisible. Their bodies were battlefields for dynastic ambition. Their hearts, not part of the calculation, but Isabel left traces. Letters to her brother Charles survive, brief, careful, and always formally written, but underneath them is a tone of weariness. She refers to God's will more and more often. She prays for strength. She speaks rarely of her husband and almost never of joy. She also aged fast. By her late 30s, observers noted that she looked marked, a euphemism at the time for illness, sorrow, or exhaustion. She began withdrawing from court life. Some said she took comfort in confession, others in silence. She died in 1526, aged just 36, after a final, failed childbirth. No scandal, no outbursts, no scandals or uprisings, just a slow, quiet ending to a slow, quiet life. She was buried in Lisbon, barely a paragraph in the history books, but her DNA that went further. Because that last surviving child of hers, Prince Joao Manuel, had one final act to play. Before dying, he married, wait for it, his own cousin, Joanna of Spain, daughter of Charles V and granddaughter of the same Joanna the Mad. Their child would be Sebastian I of Portugal, a king born of double Habsburg blood, and with him the end of the Portuguese royal line would begin, but that's another story. For now, we return to Isabel of Austria, Queen of Portugal, a woman bred for greatness. Was Isabel merely unlucky, or was she the inevitable result of a dynasty more interested in political geometry than human cost, forgotten as she returned to Portugal? The court is quieter now. The tapestries still hang, the processions still happen, but something has changed. Isabel of Austria is gone. The queen is dead. And what remains is not so much her memory, but her utility, a royal womb that, after 9 pregnancies and 7 burials, has fulfilled its grim obligation to the dynasty. Her death in 1526 was not a national tragedy. It was a routine ending. She was mourned, of course. Poets wrote obligatory sonnets. Her husband, John III, wore black, but the kingdom kept moving. This was the world Isabel lived in, where women were mourned with formality, not feeling. A royal death was a logistical matter. Send the casket, ring the bells, commission a painting, and resume the succession planning. But succession was already in trouble. Isabel had given Portugal one surviving heir, Prince João Manuel, and he was sick. Not delicate, not frail in the poetic sense. He was chronically ill, thin-limbed, and described as pale unto wax. Doctors noted that he rarely played, rarely laughed, and sometimes fainted for no reason. Still, he was the only hope, and so, predictably, the family returned to its favorite solution, another cousin marriage. At just 15, João Manuel was married to Joanna of Spain, daughter of Charles V, and niece of, you guessed it, Isabel of Austria. Yes, Joe married his first cousin once removed. She was 16. The families cheered. This wasn't odd, it was expected. The idea was to strengthen the bond between Spain and Portugal, preserve the Habsburg alliance, and prevent French or English interference. But from a biological perspective, the decision was one more shovel full of dirt on the collapsing grave of healthy inheritance. Within a year, Joanna was pregnant. João was dead. He died in 1554, at 16, shortly after the wedding, likely from tuberculosis or kidney failure. The cause remains vague. His body gave out, and so did Portugal's dynastic future. But fate, or perhaps stubborn Habsburg biology, allowed one more child to slip through. In 1554, months after João's death, Joanna of Spain gave birth to a son, Sebastian of Portugal. He was named king at birth, a child monarch. Reports say Sebastian had seizures as a baby. He was slow to speak, often confused, and heavily coddled by tutors and priests. Like Charles II of Spain, a century later, he grew up surrounded by ritual, not reality. His upbringing was cloistered and intensely religious. By the time he was a teenager, he was obsessed with crusading, martyrdom, and divine destiny, a Habsburg trait if ever there was one. The court, still recovering from Isabel's death and João's collapse, now found itself rearranging its entire political future around a boy king whose genetics were a latticework of repeated cousins. Isabel's ghost lingered, not in the halls, but in the blood. But let's back up for a moment, not to Sebastian, but to John III, Isabel's widowed husband. After her death, he didn't remarry. That was rare. Monarchs usually remarried as fast as possible to keep succession rolling. But John whether out of piety or exhaustion, remained single. Colonial grip, and quietly watched his family tree rot at the root. He outlived almost all of his children. This earned him a new reputation among courtiers, not as a conqueror, but as a widowmaker of heirs. 9 children, 7 graves, 1 sickly son, and behind all of that, a wife who had given everything and received nothing, not a monument, not a legacy, not even a court named in her honor. What Isabel did leave behind, though, was her genetic blueprint. It was etched into the bones of the dynasty like watermarks on parchment. The Habsburg jaw, the long face, the thinning bloodlines. The Habsburg obsession with dynastic purity. Keeping the crown in the family, quite literally, was already decades old. Marriages were no longer just political. They were genealogical strategies. First, cousins, uncle-niece, aunt-nephew. It didn't matter, so long as the names matched and the flags stayed friendly. The results were predictable. Portugal's royal line, once vibrant and expansive, began narrowing. Fewer marriages meant fewer chances at healthy offspring. Fewer options meant recycled DNA, and over time, the nobility began to whisper things they never would have said aloud in Isabel's lifetime. The line is thin. There are too few sons. The blood is not strong. Isabel, who had once been seen as a diplomatic prize, was now remembered mainly for her fertility record, and not in a flattering way. Unfair, of course. She had suffered more than most royal women of her time. She was dignified, period. But here's what the record doesn't capture. Isabel's life was the blueprint. Her marriage, her isolation, her tragic pregnancies, they set the model for how Iberian monarchies would continue operating well into the 17th century. Other royal daughters would follow the same path, cousin to cousin, grief to grief. Her body, like many royal women's, had become the institution. And once it failed, once her children died and her womb went quiet, she was forgotten, not hated, not criticized, just erased. But the cracks in the system she helped uphold were widening. With João Manuel dead, with Sebastian teetering on health and sanity, with John III aging and childless, Portugal was entering a dangerous moment, one that would eventually explode into extinction and invasion. Next chapter. For now, let's pause and ask, was Isabel of Austria just another victim of royal tradition? Or was she the warning sign no one wanted to see, a walking forecast of decline, sewn into court dress and embroidered with Spanish lace, never bothered to open? By the time Sebastian of Portugal was old enough to hold a sword, it was already too late. The dynasty Isabel of Austria helped forge by blood, by marriage, by quiet suffering, was limping. The court still carried itself with the pride of explorers and kings. But the reality behind the banners was thinner. Fewer heirs, sicker sons, and a kingdom increasingly vulnerable to both foreign enemies and internal rot. And Sebastian, he wasn't a savior. He was a symbol. Born posthumously to Isabel's only surviving son and another cousin bride, Sebastian had more Habsburg DNA than sense. He was earnest, pious, obsessed with purity and sacrifice, traits that made him admirable in sermons, but dangerous on a throne. He wasn't taught how to rule, not really. He was raised to believe that God had chosen him, that destiny ran through his blood, that Portugal was not just a kingdom but a divine tool in the fight against Islam, heathens, and heresy. He read tales of crusaders, dreamed of African campaigns, and surrounded himself with priests who encouraged his divine delusions. All the while, no one told him the truth. His kingdom was fragile, and his body was weaker still. Sebastian grew into a thin, pale young man with pale blonde hair and a religious fervor that bordered on mania. Courtiers whispered that he had inherited the family melancholy. Still others simply tried not to anger him. He had no wife, no children, and no clear plan for an heir. But he did have a war in mind, an ill-planned crusade into Morocco. His goal, to fight the Moors and reclaim Christian glory. His reasoning, God would protect him. He crossed the sea with a poorly organized army of Portuguese soldiers, mercenaries, and volunteers. They were under-equipped, under-prepared, and overconfident. When they reached the battlefield near Qasr el-Kibor, they met a Moroccan force that outnumbered them more than 2-1. The result was disaster. The Battle of Alcázar Quibir, also known as the Battle of the Three Kings, was a bloodbath. The Portuguese army was crushed. Thousands died. Others were captured and sold into slavery. Sebastian, only 24, vanished in the chaos. His body was never found. And so, with no corpse and no heirs, the worst possible outcome became reality. The line that Isabel of Austria had helped sustain, birth by painful birth, was now extinct. Portugal was leaderless. What followed was one of the most awkward, reluctant annexations in European history. Sebastian's death triggered a succession crisis. Isabel's nephew, Philip II of Spain, stepped in. A Habsburg himself, and already King of Spain, Philip claimed the Portuguese throne through his mother's side. Portugal was absorbed into the Spanish crown in 1580 to the world. It looked like a dynastic success, two great Catholic empires united under one ruler. For the generations of women like Isabel, who had been sacrificed to hold the family together, Isabel of Austria had never seen this collapse. She died long before Sebastian was born. But the chain of decisions that led to that battlefield in Morocco, the cousin marriages, the genetic bottlenecks, the obsessive need to consolidate power through family, started with her generation. Her marriage to John III was meant to secure Iberia. Instead, it sealed its doom. Her 9 pregnancies weren't a testament to fertility. They were a warning about the limits of royal biology. Her son, João Manuel, wasn't a bridge to stability. He was the last gasp of a shrinking tree. And her grandson, Sebastian, child of cousin-married cousins, was less a monarch than a relic, a walking prophecy fulfilled. After Sebastian's disappearance, Portugal would spend decades under Spanish rule. A series of revolts, foreign wars, and local uprisings eventually led to the restoration of Portuguese independence in 1640. But by then, the dynasty Isabel helped shape was long dead. She was buried in silence. No statues, no royal dedications, no whispered remembrance. In fact, most records that mention her refer to her only as the mother of João Manuel, never as a queen in her own right, which raises a quiet, unsettling truth. History forgets the builders of dynasties when those dynasties fall, but the legacy of Isabel of Austria is still felt, not in palaces or parades, but in the cautionary tales whispered through royal genealogies. Her story, like Joanna of Castile's, is not about madness or tragedy in the theatrical sense. It's about something slower, sadder, and more mundane. It's about what happens when power refuses to bend, when it tries to preserve itself not through flexibility, but repetition. She was obedient, she was devout, she did everything she was asked, and in return, she lost every child but one, was remembered only for what her body failed to deliver, and left behind a dynasty that mistook blood purity for strength and found extinction instead. Isabel never ruled. She never made policy. She never went to war. History books tend to gloss over quiet queens, the ones who didn't command armies, burn heretics, or scandalize courts, the ones who simply lived and suffered within the narrow corridors of royal duty. Maria of Portugal was one of them, a woman born into privilege, married into tragedy, and buried beneath layers of grief, so thick that even the chroniclers struggled to find a way to describe her life without using the word melancholy. Portugal, daughter of King Manuel I and his second wife, Maria of Aragon, that made her a Habsburg cousin from both sides, though by now such lineage diagrams were more web than tree. What mattered was that she was royal, well-bred, and politically useful. By the time she was a teenager, Maria's future was already sealed. She was to marry her cousin, again, Prince Philip of Castile, later known as Philip II of Spain. Yes, that Philip, the very same, who would go on to marry 4 different women, including Mary I of England and his own niece. But Maria was the first. It was a smart match, on paper. Spain and Portugal were still separate kingdoms, but closely tied by blood and marriage. The dowry was enormous. The expectations were even larger. In 1543, at the age of 22, Maria married the 16-year-old Philip in a lavish ceremony in Salamanca. She wore white, he wore indifference, not just in age, but in affection. Maria, by all accounts, adored Philip. She called him mi senor, my lord, and often referred to herself in letters as his humble servant. She was quiet, intelligent, musically inclined, and fluent in Latin. Her court was modest and dignified. She avoided gossip, favored religious devotion, and rarely involved herself in court politics. Philip, on the other hand, was cold, calculating, and distant. Even as a teenager, he already exhibited the characteristic Habsburg severity. He appreciated Maria's loyalty, perhaps even respected her mind, but he did not love her, not in any way that mattered. Still, Maria did her duty. Within a year, she gave birth to their only child, Don Carlos, the ill-fated prince whose life would later read like a Gothic novel stitched together with blood, paranoia, and hallucinatory despair. For a brief moment in the 1540s, Maria of Portugal stood as the crown princess of Spain. She lived in the palaces of Castile, performed her ceremonial duties, and prayed for the love of a husband who saw her more as a bridge than a bride. And then, in 1545, just 2 years after her wedding, she fell ill. There are no dramatics recorded, no poison, no plot, just a lingering, quiet illness. Some say it was a fever, others consumption, and still others whispered that it was grief, a convenient label for royal women who wither too fast. Maria died that same year. She was 23. The Spanish court grieved in the way royal courts do, with formality. Philip ordered mourning garments. A funeral was held in Valladolid, but he moved on swiftly. Within 3 years, he married again to Mary Tudor, Queen of England. Another strategic alliance, another cold marriage, another woman with high hopes and slow heartbreak. Maria was buried with honors, of course. Her tomb was designed with all the trappings of queenship, Latin inscriptions, ornate carvings, religious imagery. But her memory faded quickly, overshadowed by the longer, more dramatic stories of her husband's many other wives. And yet, for all her stillness, Maria left a lasting, if tragic, legacy. Her son, Don Carlos, inherited all the worst traits of his family line: paranoia, violence, emotional instability, and physical deformities. He was short, hunchbacked, and prone to convulsions. He attacked servants, tortured animals, and once tried to push a man out a window for looking suspicious. His behavior grew more erratic by the year. Historians have long debated whether Don Carlos was mad from birth or driven there by pressure, inbreeding, and the unbearable weight of royal expectation. Either way, Philip eventually had him imprisoned in the royal palace. Carlos died in solitary confinement in 1568 at the age of 23, the same age his mother had been when she died. He left no heir, no glory, just a trail of whispers and an empire increasingly wary of its own blood. She did not fight or flee or scream. She simply obeyed. And in doing so, she became the first domino in a series of royal tragedies. Her marriage, meant to unite dynasties, produced a son who became unfit to rule. Her death, quiet and unremarkable, left Philip free to forge new alliances. And her name, despite her noble birth and royal title, barely makes it into most textbooks. But if you look closely, she's there, in the portraits, in the genealogy charts, in the Latin inscriptions of half-abandoned tombs. The queen who loved too quietly, who hoped too patiently, who grieved herself to death. And it's worth asking, what do we call a life that was entirely defined by someone else's ambition? Is that service? Or is it simply a slower form of erasure? But in her quiet, constricted life, she helped shape the rise and fall of a kingdom. And when we talk about empires, we rarely ask the most important question, not who ruled, but who was sacrificed to make that rule possible. Deep beneath the grand marble floor of Spain's most powerful monastery palace, you'll eventually reach a quiet chamber where the bones of kings and queens lie in labeled niches. Maria of Portugal, queen, wife, forgotten mother of a doomed prince. Her life was short, her tomb elaborate, her legacy complicated, because after Maria died, her name disappeared from court life, but her son never stopped haunting it. Don Carlos of Austria was born in 1545, the only child of Maria and her cousin husband, Prince Philip. He was the most precious thing in the empire. The heir, the continuation of the Habsburg legacy, a child born of 2 kingdoms, 2 crowns, and roughly a dozen shared ancestors, and he was already doomed at birth. Carlos was described as delicate, but it quickly became clear he was more than just fragile. He had an unusually shaped skull, a prominent Habsburg jaw that made eating difficult, and one leg shorter than the other. As he grew, the problems deepened. By age 5, Carlos suffered from frequent fevers. By age 10, he had mood swings, so severe that servants were assigned specifically to calm him during rages. Tutors reported his inability to concentrate. He was obsessive, paranoid, and disturbingly cruel to animals, an early sign of sociopathy, or perhaps just the result of a child raised as royalty without love. His father, Philip II, showed him little warmth. After Maria's death, Philip had remarried several times, building alliances through dynastic pairings. England, France, Austria. He fathered more children, but Carlos, his firstborn, never quite fit into the expanding royal equation. He broke windows for amusement. He chased maids down hallways, screaming obscenities. He once stabbed a servant in the face with a fork for bringing the wrong kind of stew. The Habsburgs whispered behind closed doors. Physicians were summoned. Confessors tried prayer. It didn't work. In 1562, at age 17, Don Carlos fell down a flight of stairs and fractured his skull. The injury was severe, a piece of bone pressed into his brain. Emergency surgery was attempted, crude trepanning, basically drilling into his head to relieve pressure. He survived, but not unchanged. After the fall, his behavior escalated. He became even more violent, even more unstable. He began refusing food for days, then binging. He demanded constant bathing or refused it entirely. One day, he ordered every pair of shoes in the palace burned, only to be caught screaming in the streets about being poisoned by his father. Philip II could no longer protect him or risk him. In 1568, the same year the Netherlands began revolting against Spanish rule, Don Carlos was formally declared unfit. Under cover of night, guards entered his chambers and placed him under house arrest, not in a prison, but in his own gilded quarters. Windows were locked, servants changed, food was inspected. Carlos never left again. He died 6 months later. The official cause was natural causes, but no one believed it. Some said he starved himself. Others claimed he was poisoned. A few theorized he was suffocated in his sleep with a pillow on royal orders. No autopsy was performed. He was buried in El Escorial, next to the mother he barely remembered, Maria, and then collapsed under it. Their story became the basis for legends. Friedrich Schiller wrote a romanticized version in Don Carlos, later turned into an opera by Verdi. In these versions, Carlos is a tragic hero, a rebel against tyranny. In truth, he was likely a deeply ill young man, born from too narrow a bloodline and raised in a court that valued control over compassion. And it all traces back to Maria, not in a way that blames her. She was a pawn in this story, not the player, but in the way history quietly reveals how small, seemingly gentle lives shape entire dynasties. Maria was never meant to rule. She was meant to stabilize. She was chosen not for power or intellect, but for pedigree. She fulfilled her duties with devotion. She gave birth. She prayed. She died. Don Carlos's death threw succession into chaos. Philip II's later children, including Philip III, who would inherit the throne, were born from later marriages, all involving similarly close blood relatives. But the lesson was ignored, because royalty doesn't change based on tragedy. It doubles down. And Maria, in death, became just another proof point in the quiet, grim trend of women whose value was measured by the health of the sons they bore, and who were discarded once those sons began to break. Not even in memory, just silence. Because when dynasties fall apart, they blame the bodies. They never blame the system that built them. Don Carlos died without a crown, without a child, without a future. His body was wrapped in velvet, placed in a gilded coffin, and buried beneath a chapel floor. But his life had already disappeared into rumor, confusion, and silence. Was he mad from the beginning, or made mad by the world around him? Did his madness die with him, or echo through generations of royal bloodlines? All these questions return, quietly, to a woman few remembered, Maria of Portugal. She had once been the pearl of two courts, Spanish and Portuguese, chosen for her lineage, praised for her piety, admired for her grace. Yet, history reduced her to a footnote in someone else's tragedy. And in that erasure lies a deeper truth about royal women of the time. Their role was not to speak, or rule, or even to live particularly long. Their purpose was transmission, to pass along genes, titles, alliances. They were vessels, and once the contents were poured out, whether in the form of treaties or children, they were closed up, sealed off, and labeled complete. Maria's life fits that pattern uncomfortably well. Her one child, Don Carlos, became infamous, but Maria herself, she had no court named after her, no political legacy, no palace wing preserved in her honor. Even her portraits are rare, mostly minor works by court artists, often misattributed or left unsigned. She vanishes, almost deliberately, from the record. The only place her name consistently appears is in the genealogies, in Latin, in charts, in marginal notes that show who begat whom, and how one cousin marriage slid into the next. It's easy to think of Maria as passive, a sad-eyed woman in a heavy dress, gliding quietly toward a candlelit grave. But there's something more instructive in her silence. Because Maria wasn't just erased, she was designed to disappear. Her marriage to Philip was a Habsburg strategy. Her death was an inconvenience. Her son's collapse was a scandal. And through it all, the machinery of empire kept turning. Spain continued to expand. Wars were fought, cathedrals built, treaties signed, and not once did anyone pause to ask whether the system itself, this tight circle of cousin marriages, court etiquette, and suppressed grief, was part of the problem. Don Carlos was replaced in the line of succession by Philip's children from later marriages, also to Habsburg relatives. The inbreeding didn't stop, it accelerated, as if history had left its hand on the stove and refused to acknowledge. By the 17th century, the Spanish Habsburgs were collapsing under their own weight. Fertility rates dropped. Child mortality soared. Mental illness crept through the corridors of palaces like incense. Her tomb quiet, her name rarely spoken, but her story, the gentle heartbreak of her marriage, the emotional silence of her life, the legacy of her child, had already set the tone for the generations that followed. But she was part of a structure that rewarded obedience, punished emotional honesty, and treated bloodlines like spreadsheets. Her suffering was routine, her death expected, and yet her story forms one of the most critical turning points in the slow decay of the Habsburg dynasty. Because dynasties rarely fall with fanfare, they fade, quietly, behind palace doors, in bedrooms lit by prayer candles, in letters never answered, in children born with eyes too dull and limbs too weak to hold the scepter. Maria's entire life, brief as it was, sits like a prelude to this unraveling. And what remains of her? A son whose name became a warning. A husband who forgot her before the funeral flowers had faded. And a story that, though quiet, deserves to be remembered not for its volume, but for its echo. Before she was a duchess, a regent, or a broker of peace, Margaret of Austria was a bargaining chip. Like so many Habsburg daughters, her life began with ceremony and strategy, not family warmth, not personal dreams, and certainly not choice. She was born in 1480, the only daughter of Maximilian I of the Holy Roman Empire and Mary of Burgundy. Her father was a rising Habsburg titan. Her mother, a powerful duchess in her own right, died in a horse-riding accident when Margaret was only 2. From that moment, Margaret's life was not her own. At age 3, she was betrothed. At age 10, she was a foreign guest. By 13, she was a political leftover. Let's rewind. Shortly after her mother's death, Margaret was promised in marriage to the Dauphin of France, the future Charles VIII, as part of a peace treaty. The French court took custody of her when she was only 3 years old. She was raised in the Loire Valley, dressed in French silks, given a French education, and treated as a future queen. But when Charles VIII came of age, he married Anne of Brittany. Instead, a political move that brought Brittany into the French crown's possession. Margaret was jilted, discarded, and shipped back to her father like rejected merchandise. She was 12. This first failure, quiet and humiliating, didn't end her utility. A new marriage was arranged, this time to Juan, Prince of the heir to the unified Spanish kingdoms of Castile and Aragon. Margaret married him in 1497. She was 17, and unlike her first engagement, this time she made it to the altar, but not for long. Juan died less than 6 months into the marriage. Some blamed illness, others said it was exhaustion from overexertion. In bed, an oddly specific bit of court gossip that likely reflected more about expectations than reality. Margaret, once again, was left with nothing, except this time she was also pregnant. She gave birth to a stillborn child months later. No heir, no husband, no crown, just another Habsburg woman with a ruined dress and a coffin in her wake. By the age of 18, Margaret had worn 2 crowns and buried 2 futures. Most royal women in her position would have disappeared into obscurity, cloistered away in a convent, or quietly married off again to a lower nobleman. But Margaret was different. She had talent, the rare kind that courts respected, even when it came in the form of a grieving woman. She was sharp, multilingual, politically aware, and, perhaps most importantly, willing to obey just enough to stay in the game. So instead of retiring her, the Habsburgs promoted her. In 1507, after yet another Habsburg woman, her sister-in-law, Joanna of Castile, was declared mentally unfit, Margaret was appointed regent of the Netherlands. She ruled in the name of her nephew, the future Charles V, who was still a child. It was a bold choice, a woman unmarried, managing one of the most economically vital regions in Europe, and she was good at it. Margaret negotiated treaties, balanced court factions, handled uprisings, and, perhaps most importantly, kept the fractious Low Countries relatively stable. She built her own court in Mechelen, full of artists, humanists, and diplomats. Erasmus wrote to her. Albrecht Dürer painted her. She surrounded herself with advisors who respected her, and with books that reflected her mind. But even as she succeeded publicly, her private life remained a quiet series of closed doors. She never remarried. Her father tried. There were talks of alliances with England, Savoy, even Hungary, but Margaret refused. After 2 political marriages and 1 dead infant, she was done. In her own words, she had been a widow since childhood. Still, she wore elaborate widow's garb. black silk, pearls, a long veil that became part of her identity. And beneath that public mourning was something more complex, a woman who had turned personal grief into political armor. Margaret's regency wasn't just administrative, it was symbolic. In a world where queens were meant to serve, she ruled. Where duchesses were expected to fade, she asserted. But being a woman, in power, even temporarily, came at a cost. Her every move was scrutinized. She was mocked for her celibacy, criticized for her diplomacy, and constantly under pressure to prove her loyalty to her male relatives, especially once Charles V came of age. She ruled because Joanna of Castile was sidelined. She stayed in power because Charles, growing into his Habsburg inheritance, saw her as useful and perhaps as the only person he truly trusted in a family that devoured its own. Still, her role was never secure. She had no army, no personal territory. Her power depended entirely on the consent of men who could replace her with a letter. And yet she endured calmly, competently, and always clad in black. By the 1520s, Margaret was still in Mechlin, still serving as regent, even as her health began to fail. She had outlived nearly all of her early contemporaries. She had written thousands of letters, resolved hundreds of diplomatic disputes, and seen Europe slide into a chaos of reformation and revolt. But she had no heirs, no descendants, no name carved into a dynasty. She died in 1530, following complications from a foot injury, a simple wound that turned septic. Some say she delayed treatment for too long. Others claim she insisted on religious rituals instead of medicine. Regardless, she died as she had lived, surrounded by formality, carrying too much responsibility, and given too little time. Her body was buried in Bergen-Bresse, her tomb elegant and cold, her memory tidy but quiet. Yet for nearly 2 decades, Margaret had governed one of the most important parts of Europe without scandal, war, or collapse, a feat many kings couldn't manage with twice the power. Still, the histories often refer to her only as a placeholder, a regent, a caretaker, until the real rulers arrived. Which raises a simple question: how much greatness gets missed because it didn't leave behind sons or ruins? Margaret didn't build a kingdom. She kept one from falling apart. And that, even without a crown, might be the most impressive part of her story. If you walked into Margaret of Austria's court in Mechlin in the 1510s, you wouldn't hear shouting, smell cannon smoke, or see drunken courtiers draped over banisters. Instead, you'd hear the scratch of quills, the shuffle of parchment, maybe the faint sound of a lute, or the careful instruction of a young Habsburg child reciting Latin. It was a court of calm precision, more archive than arena. But make no mistake, Margaret's court was where Europe was being shaped. By this time, Margaret was serving as regent of the Habsburg Netherlands, governing in place of her nephew, Charles V, who was growing into his role as emperor of a realm so vast the sun never set on it. While Charles crisscrossed Europe, putting out fires, the Reformation, Ottoman sieges, bankrupt kingdoms, Margaret stayed put, and she did what few others could. She held things together. The Low Countries were a challenge, wealthy, restless, multilingual, and deeply proud of their municipal freedoms. These were not passive territories waiting to be ruled. They were fractious, argumentative, and allergic to heavy-handed monarchy. Many previous governors had struggled here. Margaret didn't. Instead of ruling with threats, she ruled with letters. Instead of force, she used negotiation. She worked closely with local councils, made deals with merchants, and allowed cities a degree of self-governance in exchange for loyalty to the Habsburgs. She patronized artists, employed humanist scholars, and established one of the most sophisticated diplomatic networks in Europe. Margaret's regency wasn't an accident. It was earned, but it wasn't permanent. The problem with being a competent woman in a system that didn't trust competent women is that the clock is always ticking. Margaret had authority, but only so long as her male relatives allowed it. She knew this, and so she played her role with quiet brilliance. She never overreached. She didn't claim crowns. She didn't challenge succession. She kept her language humble, referring to herself not as ruler but servant of the emperor. She framed herself not as an obstacle to Habsburg power, but as its most loyal tool. It worked for a while, but her successes didn't shield her from suspicion. Whispers always followed that she was too independent, too reluctant to remarry, too close to certain advisors. Foreign ambassadors reported back to their kings about her intelligence and unladylike ambition. Religious conservatives were suspicious of her humanist sympathies, and some at court resented how much access she had to Charles V's trust. Still, Charles kept her in place, not out of charity, but because she delivered results. In 1529, one of Margaret's greatest diplomatic achievements unfolded: the Treaty of Cambrai. Margaret of Austria negotiated the terms with Louise of Savoy, mother of the French. King Francis the first, two women, two mothers, ending a long war between France and the Holy Roman Empire. The treaty was a triumph and also a warning, because as soon as peace was achieved, the power behind it was quietly brushed aside. Charles V began preparing to rule the Low Countries directly. Margaret's regency would soon be unnecessary. The ink had barely dried before plans were being made to fold her authority back into the emperor's hands. That was the deal all along. Margaret had always been temporary, a brilliant placeholder, but she had lasted longer than anyone expected. 23 years of governance. No civil wars, no major revolts, a functioning treasury, cities mostly loyal, infrastructure built, treaties signed, and then came her foot. It seems almost insulting that Margaret's fall began not with a scandal or a battle, but a simple household injury. In 1530, she injured her foot, a sharp object, perhaps glass or a nail. Accounts differ. The wound seemed minor at first. She kept working, but it became infected, abscessed, septic. Surgery was attempted, likely without anesthetic. The pain must have been unbearable. She died that same year in McClonish. She was 50. Charles V, now the most powerful man in Europe, mourned her deeply. He wrote of her loyalty, her wisdom, her irreplaceability. But within weeks, her offices were emptied, her staff dismissed, and her court dismantled. Her replacement, a man, of course. And yet, no one ever quite ruled the Netherlands like Margaret did again. In the years after her death, the region became harder to control. Protestantism began to take root. Revolts became more frequent. Taxes were resisted. By the 1560s, full-blown rebellion was underway. The Dutch revolt would last 80 years, cost tens of thousands of lives, and permanently fracture the empire she had once held together with letters and patience. Margaret wasn't perfect. She was conservative in many ways. She wasn't a revolutionary, and she certainly wasn't trying to overturn the Habsburg system. But her governance had offered something unique: stability without brutality. And once she was gone, that balance was lost. There's a quiet tragedy in how her legacy was handled. She left behind no descendants. Her political achievements were absorbed into the greater narrative of Charles V. Her patronage was overshadowed by male contemporaries. And yet, when you read between the lines in letters, treaties, memoirs, she's there, correcting a trade deal, calming a rebellious city, reminding her nephew of his obligations, burying another dead royal child with her own hands. A woman with no army, who kept an empire on its feet with nothing more than diplomacy, persistence, and an unshakable sense of duty. Which leads us to a question rarely asked in history. If the goal of power is to prevent disaster, does the one who quietly prevents it deserve more credit than the one who makes a mess and dies with a sword in his hand? If you walk through today, the traces of Margaret of Austria are faint. There's a quiet square, a restored palace. Her name lingers, but only just. No grand mausoleum, no equestrian statues, no epic poem that made it out of the 16th century. And yet, for over 2 decades, she was the central nervous system of one of Europe's most powerful regions. She ruled longer than most kings, but left behind fewer monuments than a single nobleman with a decent portrait budget. Why? Because she made stability look too easy. And stability, especially when maintained by a woman, has never been exciting enough to earn glory. In hindsight, but was quietly essential at the time, balancing budgets, overseeing child rearing, adjudicating noble feuds, managing famine relief, updating city defenses. Not to start wars they couldn't afford. Her court at Mechlin became the Habsburg family's unofficial headquarters, not for politics, but for education. It was a schoolhouse for empires. She raised not just her nephew, Charles V, but other future rulers and consorts, many of whom would carry her lessons and her calm into the chaos of their own reigns. She buried multiple Habsburg children. She managed the mental collapse of her sister-in-law, Joanna of Castile, from a careful distance. She watched her brother's children die in early infancy, and she raised those who survived. Death surrounded her, and yet she carried on with an unwavering sense of service. Perhaps the most telling story of Margaret's life came in her final days. As infection consumed her leg from a simple foot wound, she continued to sign letters. She reportedly gave instructions for the household to remain orderly and calm. And when her confessor asked her to focus on her soul's preparation for death, she reportedly replied, "I have too much left to do." In the end, her work outlived her, but her name didn't. The Habsburg Netherlands fell into disorder within a generation of her death. The Dutch revolt, once a flicker, now a flame, consumed the region. Spain's grip began to falter. Charles V abdicated in 1556, exhausted and ill. His son, Philip II, inherited an empire too big and too broken to control. Margaret's Mechlin, her court, her archive, her carefully built community was ransacked during the wars of religion. Many of her letters were destroyed, her paintings scattered. The library she curated for the education of rulers became a casualty of fire and time. She had no biological children, No descendants to guard her legacy, no queenly title to guarantee remembrance. A woman who governed as a substitute, and once the need passed, history placed her back in the box she came in. But what Margaret understood, what perhaps made her governance so effective, is that power doesn't need applause. It needs competence. Quiet, relentless, almost boring competence. The kind of governance that doesn't make headlines. The kind of leadership that prevents wars instead of winning them. The kind of ruler who knows 1,000 cities by name, 1,000 rivalries by detail, and 1,000 ways to make sure that trains, or, in her case, the grain shipments, ran on time. And here's the truth of it. Margaret of Austria didn't fail. She succeeded too quietly. She didn't die in battle. She didn't produce an heir. She raised an empire. And that's not just rare for a woman in the 16th century. It's rare for anyone, ever. So next time someone tells you that history is made by kings and warriors, by conquests and coronations, remember Margaret, the widow who ruled without a crown, the duchess who stabilized a crumbling Europe, one treaty, one child, one letter at a time, because maybe, just maybe, the most heroic thing she ever did was keep disaster from arriving at all. Some people are born into stories. Anna of Austria was born into a loop, a recursive, looping family tree that twisted through generations. Of Habsburgs, until entire branches doubled back on themselves. She wasn't an accident. She was a plan. Anna was born in 1549, the daughter of Maximilian II, Holy Roman Emperor, and Maria of Spain, who just so happened to be his cousin, and the daughter of Charles V, the emperor before him. That made Anna's mother her aunt, and her father her cousin, and her uncle, well, her future husband. This wasn't a scandal. It was policy. By the mid-1500s, the Habsburgs had moved past mere cousin marriage. They had fully committed to genetic minimalism. Naples, the Netherlands, safely inside the family, preferably inside the same dozen surnames, which meant Anna's fate was sealed almost from the moment she left the cradle. She was described as quiet, pious, and obedient, all the traits that looked good on paper. As a teenager, she was trained in the usual curriculum for royal daughters: Latin, music, devotion, diplomacy, modesty. Age of 21, Anna was sent from Vienna to Madrid to marry her uncle, Philip II of Spain, her mother's brother. Philip was 43. Anna was his fourth wife. The age gap was awkward, the relationship even more so. But politically, it made perfect sense. Philip's first wife, Maria of Portugal, had given him Don Carlos, who had gone mad and died. His second, Mary I of England, had died childless. His third, Elizabeth of Valois, had died in childbirth. The dynasty needed sons. Quickly, Anna, as a Habsburg from both sides, was expected to deliver. And unlike Philip's previous wives, she did. Over the next decade, Anna gave birth to 5 children, 4 of whom survived infancy. Among them was Philip III, who would inherit the Spanish throne. By dynastic standards, this was success. She had done what no other wife of Philip had managed. She gave him a legitimate male heir, but Anna didn't rule. She wasn't involved in politics. She had no independent court. Her job was simple: be quiet, be fertile, and be devout. She excelled at all 3. For her children, rare for a royal mother of the time. But beyond these faint traces, Anna left little personal record. No letters of political consequence. No council minutes, treaties, or courtly intrigues. Her life was contained, controlled, and, by all appearances, uneventful. But underneath the calm exterior, the Habsburg loop was tightening. Anna's marriage to her uncle was not just a family affair. It was a genetic hazard. Both she and Philip carried multiple lines of consanguinity. Just close, it was layered. Together, they passed on the most concentrated form of Habsburg DNA the family had seen yet. And while their son, Philip III, survived to adulthood and ruled for decades, his descendants would suffer the consequences slowly, quietly, and then all at once. No drama, just one more queen gone too early, her usefulness exhausted, her portrait quietly moved to the back of the gallery. Philip mourned formally. He wore black. He commissioned statues. But within 2 years, he was negotiating another marriage. Not for himself, for his son. To whom? To a cousin, of course. And so the loop continued. Anna's legacy is almost invisible to casual history. Most people remember her husband, Philip II, the austere king who ruled the Spanish Empire at its peak. They remember her father, Maximilian II, the reform-minded Holy Roman Emperor. They remember her son, Philip III, the pious king, who presided over the slow unraveling of Spain's finances and stability. But Anna, she is remembered primarily for what she produced, not who she was. And yet, within that silence lies something telling. Because Anna of Austria may not have made decisions, but she embodied the endgame of dynastic obsession. Her very existence, daughter of cousins, wife of her uncle, mother of a king, marks the moment when the Habsburg family tree stopped branching and began curling in on itself. She was not the cause of collapse, but she was the clearest sign of it. And so we ask, how close can a family knit itself before the thread snaps? She had been obedient. She had been devout. And most importantly, to the Habsburgs at least, she had delivered sons. It's worth pausing there, because, for a royal woman of the 16th century, bearing sons was not just success, it was survival. Your political value, your household budget, even your continued presence at court hinged entirely on whether you could produce a male heir who lived past teething. Anna had given birth to 5 children during her 10-year marriage to Philip. 4 survived infancy, an unusually high number by royal standards of the time. The most important among them was Philip III. Born in 1578, a healthy, quiet, observant child who would one day inherit the greatest empire on earth, or what was left of it. Because while the dynasty looked healthy from the outside, Anna's marriage to her uncle Philip II had passed something far more dangerous down the line than mere titles. It passed concentration. Genetically speaking, Philip III was a single human being composed of the same limited ancestral pool rearranged several times over. His father and mother were uncle and niece, but also shared common grandparents on both sides. This meant Philip III didn't just descend from a shared ancestor. He was descended from the same person through multiple separate paths. Inbreeding coefficients for Philip III are calculated as high as 0.254, dangerously close to the level you'd see from siblings reproducing. And while Philip himself escaped some of the more visible deformities that plagued later Habsburgs, his bloodline was now fused into a genetic bottleneck so narrow it could no longer be ignored. But for now, none of this was obvious. After Anna's death, Philip II never remarried. Devotion to her memory, and raised their children in what can only be described as cold formality. He saw them less as people and more as components, future marriages, future alliances, future carriers of legacy. Anna's son, Philip III, was raised in a heavily religious household. Tutors focused on Latin, obedience, and Catholic orthodoxy. He was not trained to govern. He was not encouraged to question. By the time he inherited the throne in 1598, he was shy, passive, and unprepared, and yet he ruled. From 1598 to 1621, Philip III presided over the slow decay of the Spanish Empire. He didn't start wars, but he didn't prevent them. He didn't cause financial ruin, but he inherited it and failed to respond. Under his reign, Spain's famed silver fleets became targets. The economy suffered. Court favorites, especially the Duke of Lerma, governed in his name, enriching themselves, while the empire quietly bled. In some ways, it wasn't entirely Philip's fault. He had never been trained to lead, but more importantly, he had inherited a system that no longer knew how to correct itself. Habsburg governance had become reflexive, the same advisors, the same strategies. Anna's other children followed similar patterns. Her daughter Maria married her own cousin, Ferdinand II, future Holy Roman Emperor. Another loop, another son of Habsburgs marrying another daughter of Habsburgs. Together they would produce children who combined the Spanish and Austrian branches so completely that even the family trees in official records became difficult to draw without crossing the same names multiple times. This practice, repeated over generations, would eventually lead to Charles II of Spain, Anna's great-grandson, the final Habsburg monarch of the Spanish line, the one who couldn't chew properly, couldn't speak clearly, and was so physically and cognitively impaired that foreign diplomats sometimes wondered if he was entirely aware of his surroundings. But Anna didn't live to see any of that. She died believing she had secured the future. She had done her part. 5 children, a male heir, no political scandal, no interference in court matters, just the quiet diligence of a wife fulfilling her imperial function. The most personal glimpses we get of Anna come not from letters, few survive, but from court observers. One described her as grave but kind. She was known to enjoy music. She prayed frequently. She preferred simple clothing over elaborate gowns. She liked violets. That's all. A woman raised as a chess piece, moved carefully, removed quietly. But the ripple effects of her marriage would resonate through the entire continent, because Anna wasn't just a queen. She was a convergence point, the moment where the Spanish and Austrian Habsburgs collapsed into a single, inescapable loop. After her, the inbreeding intensified, the health of heirs declined, the ability of rulers to adapt vanished, and slowly, piece by piece, empire unraveled. By the early 1600s, Anna of Austria had been dead for more than 2 decades. Her name rarely surfaced at court. Her portraits, few and formal, hung quietly in side chambers. Her son, Philip III, sat on the Spanish throne, and the empire she had helped continue through her womb and obedience was beginning to fray, not with violence, but with fatigue. Anna had done her duty. She had married her uncle. She had birthed an heir. She had maintained decorum. In doing so, she had fulfilled every expectation placed upon her, and that, ultimately, is what makes her story so haunting. She did everything right, and the consequences were still catastrophic. Let's look at what came next. Anna's son Philip III ruled Spain from 1598 to 1621. He was not cruel. He was not erratic. He was not insane. He was simply unremarkable. His reign is remembered for its inertia. The empire continued because momentum carried it forward. But no real reforms were made. Corruption deepened. Economic crises were ignored. Philip III delegated authority to his favorite, the Duke of Lerma, a courtier who spent lavishly, avoided conflict, and enriched himself spectacularly. While he governed, inflation soared. Silver shipments from the New World slowed. The gap between nobles and commoners widened, and Spain, once feared, once admired, started to look brittle. Meanwhile, the royal bloodline was growing thinner. Too few children, too many cousins, too many closed genetic circles. The court didn't speak of it openly, but they knew. Every newborn was watched carefully. Did it blink on time? Was it breathing properly? Could it eat? Anna's son, Philip III, married Margaret of Austria, his cousin. She was the niece of Anna's own brother. This meant their child, Philip IV, was born with an even higher inbreeding coefficient than his father. Still, the marriage was praised. Habsburg blood stayed pure, which meant the problem stayed unspoken. Philip IV, born in 1605, would go on to rule for decades. He would see Spain lose its status, its armies, its wealth, and eventually its credibility. But more importantly, he would produce a son, Anna's great-grandson, who would be the final chapter of this bloodline. Charles II of Spain, born in 1661. This was the outcome of it all. Charles II was the most genetically inbred monarch in European history. By the time he was born, his family tree had folded inward so many times it resembled a diagram drawn in error. His parents were double first cousins. Their parents were first cousins. The branches of the Habsburg dynasty, instead of growing outward, had imploded. Charles was born with severe physical and mental disabilities. His tongue was so large he couldn't speak clearly. His jaw so extended he couldn't chew. He suffered from chronic illness, epileptic episodes, and near total infertility. He was barely educated, easily manipulated, and often described as bewildered, even by those trying to be kind. He ruled Spain until 1700, but he didn't govern. He couldn't. He left behind no heirs, no sons, no daughters, no continuation of the dynasty that had ruled Spain for centuries. With Charles II's death, the Spanish Habsburg line, the very one Anna of Austria had strengthened with her successful marriage, ended. It took more than a century for the effects of Anna's marriage to fully reveal themselves, but when they did so with total finality. The War of Spanish Succession followed. Europe went to war to decide who would replace Charles. The Habsburgs, once kings of kings, were now scrambling for legitimacy in a world that had moved on, and Anna, still forgotten. Her name didn't appear in treaties. Her likeness didn't inspire paintings. She had ruled nothing, signed nothing, changed nothing directly. But she had been the hinge, the moment at which the Habsburg experiment passed the point of no return. She had inherited the loop. She had married within the loop, and she had passed that loop forward. And the most haunting part, she never broke a single rule. She wasn't scandalous like Don Carlos. She wasn't rebellious like some of the archduchesses of the next century. She didn't interfere in matters of state. She didn't overreach. She was, in every way, the model of dynastic virtue, and yet her life, her body, her lineage helped create the conditions for one of the most significant royal collapses in European history. So what does that say about the rules? Because Anna's story isn't just about one woman. It's about what happens when a system prizes blood over adaptability, when it chooses closeness over diversity, when it rewards silence and obedience until it finds itself too genetically and politically exhausted to continue. In the end, Anna was buried in the royal monastery of El Escorial alongside her husband and other Spanish monarchs. Her tomb is clean, symmetrical, white marble, with minimal inscription. It doesn't say she married her uncle. It doesn't say she bore the last successful heir. It doesn't say she was a pivot point for disaster. It just says Anna, Queen, Consort, Habsburg. And in that silence, you can hear the entire empire, already cracked, beginning to crumble. In most families, when someone says he married his cousin, you raise an eyebrow. In royal families, it meant you were doing your job, because for centuries, European dynasties viewed marriage not as a union of hearts, but as a calculation, an equation, a set of variables involving land, loyalty, religion, and most dangerously, blood. This story isn't about one person. It's about a pattern, a habit, a long-standing royal obsession with keeping it in the family. And while we've already seen some of its consequences, the madness of Don Carlos, the deformities of Charles II, what's easy to overlook is just how normal all of this seemed at the time. Let's set the stage. The year is 1550. Europe is carved into a patchwork of kingdoms, duchies, and principalities. Wars are common, but so are treaties. Borders shift, but crowns are supposed to stay put. And the easiest way to keep power from leaking out of your family line is simple. Don't let outsiders in. That's how cousin marriage became the default strategy of every major royal house. If you were Habsburg, you married another Habsburg. If you were Valois, you looked to the Bourbons, the Tudors. They ran out of cousins too quickly and imploded. The Medici married up, and then laterally, and then back down. The idea wasn't to mix, it was to merge, and merge they did. Sometimes, literally, first cousins, double cousins, uncle-nis pairings, aunt-nephew matches. Even sibling marriages occurred in certain dynasties outside Europe. Egypt's Ptolemies made it practically a policy. The Habsburgs, however, took it to scientific levels. Over the course of 200 years, they created one of the most inbred ruling lines in history. A few key statistics drive the point home. Charles II of Spain had a higher inbreeding coefficient than the average child of siblings. Philip III was the product of uncle-niece genetics on both sides. By the 17th century, the Habsburg family had such a limited gene pool that certain medical conditions became identifiers, not anomalies. But what's fascinating is how boring these marriages looked from the outside. These weren't passionate love matches gone scandalous. They were orderly, ritualized, repetitive, the same families, over and over, gathered in the same candlelit chapels, exchanging the same vows in Latin, while priests and courtiers nodded approvingly. The wedding contracts were often longer than the ceremonies. They included dowries, territorial clauses, provisions for military support, and rules about the faith of any future offspring. The couple themselves, largely symbolic, and young, often dangerously young. Royal women, in particular, were treated as vessels of continuity. Their job was to carry forward the family line without diluting it. Their health was monitored constantly, their menstrual cycles recorded, their fertility tested through quiet humiliation. And once pregnant, their bodies became matter of state. And if they failed, if they miscarried too often, produced only daughters, or simply died, they were replaced quickly. This cycle created a palace culture of suppression. Grief was not indulged. Widowhood was brief. Mourning was aesthetic. Black velvet, fewer banquets, maybe a sad poem, but not disruptive. The business of dynastic reproduction had to continue, regardless of heartbreak, genetics, or common sense. Behind the curtain, the results were piling up. High infant mortality rates, recurrent miscarriages, shortened lifespans, mental health issues ranging from melancholy to full delusion, and a jawline so famously misshapen it became a punchline in European satire, the Habsburg jaw. It's easy to look back on this and assume no one knew the risks, but they did, in their own way. Physicians warned about bad humors. Midwives whispered about weak blood. By the 1600s, foreign ambassadors were quietly reporting to their kings about the physical conditions of various heirs, delicate, troubled, unsound. But change never came, because admitting the problem meant admitting the system was wrong, and that, for monarchies based entirely on the sanctity of bloodlines, was unthinkable. And so, the family portraits became increasingly strange. In some, kings and queens sit beside children with vacant stares. In others, noble women are painted with exaggeratedly long noses, extended jaws, or drooping eyelids. Artists softened these features, but they couldn't hide them entirely. Over time, the deformities weren't just visible, they were expected. But still, the marriages continued. Because for all the medical issues, the system did succeed at what it was designed to do: preserve power. For 2 centuries, the Habsburgs ruled Spain, Austria, Naples, parts of Italy, the Low Countries, and more. The French Bourbons maintained the throne for even longer. The Russian Romanovs weren't much better than other royal families. They kept marrying cousins from places like Prussia and Denmark until their own heir, Alexei, was born with hemophilia, a disease that would help bring down their dynasty. In these royal families, marriage was never about love, it was business. One Habsburg princess, when told she'd be marrying her cousin from Naples, simply asked, "Which one?" She wasn't joking, it was a serious question. These families weren't choosing between love and duty. They weren't even choosing between different partners. They were just moving the same family names around, like chess pieces, trying to delay disaster for another generation. But eventually, that plan failed. The Spanish Habsburg family died out in 1700. The Austrian Habsburgs lasted a bit longer. But by the late 1700s, even they started marrying outsiders. The French Bourbons fell during the Bloody Revolution. And by the 20th century, the few royal families left started caring more about health than heritage. But for generations, marriage was treated like math. Having children was seen as a political job. Their bodies were treated like blueprints for the future, and people believed history couldn't be changed. It could only be inherited. So when we ask how these powerful families fell apart, how kings became weak and empires collapsed, the answer isn't just war or rebellion. It was the slow, logical decisions made behind closed doors. signing marriage contracts instead of fighting battles. And maybe that's the most dangerous kind of collapse, the kind no one notices until it's too late. By the late 1500s, royal marriages were more like legal contracts than romantic partnerships. Every royal wedding came with pages of details about dowries, children's rights, religion, even how many days people would mourn if the bride died during childbirth. This happened everywhere in Spain, France, the Holy Roman Empire, even in small duchies like Parma or Savoy. Marriages were diplomatic deals, and behind every one was a woman who had to live with the consequences. She'd be sent to a foreign land, often to marry a cousin. Her job wasn't to be happy, it was to have babies. Once at her new home, everything about her body was tracked, her health, her weight, her menstrual cycle. Midwives were ready before she even met her husband. Even the wedding night wasn't. Private servants checked the bedsheets for blood to prove the marriage was consummated. If there wasn't, the marriage could be annulled. If her husband couldn't perform, it could lead to a war. If she got pregnant, her status rose, but only for a while. The unborn child was seen as a political asset. But if the child died, people whispered that the woman had failed. Queens who couldn't produce sons were replaced. Duchesses who died in childbirth were mourned, then replaced. One Habsburg noblewoman, Maria of Austria, even told her family on her deathbed, "If I die, let my sister marry him. The treaty must be kept." And that's exactly what happened. This was the reality of royal life. Women were interchangeable. Their portraits were reused. Their titles were swapped. Their only legacy was more cousins for future marriage deals. Still, the system continued. Not because it was smart, but because it was safe. It kept power in the family. Borders stayed secure. No outsiders. No surprises. But over time, it made these families weak, both physically and culturally. Royal courts became echo chambers with the same people, same advisors, same marriage options. By the 1600s, many royals already knew their future spouses because they'd grown up together in their grandmother's palace. It wasn't just awkward, it was dangerous. The Habsburgs became famous for their deformities. The Bourbons lost touch with ordinary people. Even families, like the British and Russian royals, who tried to marry outside sometimes, still fell back into cousin marriages, creating limited gene pools and poor leadership. And that was the real cost of closed bloodlines. You stop seeing beyond your own family. Your wars become personal. Your priorities shrink. Your empire becomes an inheritance, not a responsibility. And the people, the ones who weren't invited to these marriages, but who paid for them with taxes, military service, and famine, they started to notice. By the late 17th century, pamphlets began to circulate. Satirical prints, gossip broadsheets, commoners joking about the fish-faced kings and idiot princes. In France, the word degenerate started appearing alongside portraits of certain nobles. The reverence had started to rot, and still the marriages continued. Because while the people muttered, the contracts held. Until, of course, they didn't. Eventually, the cycle stopped. Not because it was corrected, but because it collapsed. By the end of the 17th century, Europe's royal houses were, on paper, more powerful than ever. The Habsburgs still held Austria and a fading grip on Spain. The Bourbons reigned in France. The Weddens and Wittelsbachs controlled slices of Germany. The Romanovs had claimed Russia. Every throne had a family, and every family had a cousin ready to marry. But the problem wasn't finding a marriage. The problem was that they had already married everyone. There were no fresh options left. Bloodlines had looped so many times that new unions often produced children less viable than the last. The Habsburgs, in particular, had reached what modern geneticists call the consanguinity ceiling. That's the point at which no amount of careful matchmaking can prevent inherited weaknesses from overwhelming a lineage. We've mentioned Charles II of Spain before, Anna of Austria's great-grandson, but he's worth pausing on now, because he wasn't just a warning, he was the conclusion. Charles II was born in 1661 with the combined genetic weight of 300 years of cousin marriages. His mother and father were double first cousins. His grandparents were uncle and niece. Every name in his family tree repeated like an echo. Charles himself didn't speak until age 4. He couldn't chew food without assistance. He drooled constantly. His legs were too weak to walk without help. He had epileptic seizures. He was sterile. Foreign ambassadors described him delicately, as of limited faculties. Others were less polite, but Charles II was the king. Not because he earned it, or was capable, or even able to understand his own coronation, but because he was the last of his name. When he died in 1700 without an heir, the Habsburg claimed to the Spanish throne ended with him. What followed was the War of Spanish Succession, a sprawling, bloody conflict across Europe as competing dynasties tried to claim the now vacant crown. Tens of thousands died, economies collapsed, alliances shattered, and all of it, cannon fired, every battlefield soaked in mud and blood, was the result of a family that married itself to extinction. That's how the story ends, not with a bang, but with a whimper, a wheeze, and a disputed will. But it wasn't just Spain. Other dynasties began to wobble, too. In France, the Bourbon dynasty suffered a rash of sudden deaths in the early 18th century, a mix of disease, intermarriage, and sheer bad luck wiped out several lines of succession in under 2 decades. In Austria, the Habsburgs survived barely by marrying into newer families, but they never regained the dominance they once had. Russia's Romanovs held on longer, but their eventual fall, too, would come in part because of the genetic consequences of repeating the same alliances over and over again. By the time of the Enlightenment, European thinkers had started to notice something odd. The divine blood of kings was producing more sickly, indecisive, confused rulers than ever before. Satirists like Voltaire openly mocked the practice. In England, marriage laws were quietly adjusted to allow royals to marry outside the usual loop, as long as the bloodlines could be framed as sufficiently noble. Science caught up next. By the 19th century, medical journals began to record patterns, deformities, early death, inherited insanity among Europe's noble families. The term inbreeding entered the common medical vocabulary. Genetic studies in the 20th and 21st centuries confirmed what everyone had suspected. Repeated cousin marriage weakens lineages, increases the risk of birth defects, and shortens life expectancy. But none of this was news to the people who lived it. From the inside, many royal families knew what was happening. They just had no way to fix it without losing power. Marrying outside the family meant opening the gates. It meant inviting strangers into the fold, people who might have new ideas, different loyalties, or inconvenient ambition. For dynasties built on control, that was a worse risk than infertility or mental collapse. So they kept going, right up until the point where there was no one left to marry. And that's the final tragedy of the dynastic loop. It was self-reinforcing. The more the system broke down, the more it insisted on repeating itself. Every failed heir, every mad prince, every stillbirth was met not with change, but with the same response: find another cousin. But eventually, even the cousins ran out. And so, what began as a careful strategy to preserve control became the very thing that destroyed it. This wasn't the drama of revolution or the spectacle of assassination. It wasn't loud. It was repetitive. It was boring. It was systemic. It happened over dinners, in treaty rooms, on parchment, in lace-trimmed cradles that never rocked for long, and in portraits, dozens of them, of men and women who looked more and more like reflections of each other, because they were. So, if you're ever walking through a museum and you see a line of royal portraits, the same faces, the same lips, the same jaw, the same eyes, don't just think of power. Think of limits, of what happens when a family refuses to change course, of how blood, so prized, eventually turned to dust. And think, too, of the ones we rarely mention, the queens who died young, the children who didn't make it to canvas, the treaties signed over wedding beds. Because the boredom of bloodlines wasn't just genetic, it was a failure of imagination. History has a particular way of forgetting certain people, not violently, but quietly. They fade. Their names become footnotes. Exist at all, are dusty, unsigned, and hanging in the corners of royal archives. Blanche of Bourbon is one of those people. Her life wasn't spectacular. It wasn't long. How noble or obedient could be used up in a single week and discarded without consequence. Let's start where history usually does, her pedigree. Blanche of Bourbon was born in 1339 into one of the most powerful and prestigious families in France. The House of Bourbon was noble, wealthy, and tightly connected to the royal line. Her blood was unimpeachable, and for a princess of her rank, there was only one real job to do: marry strategically. Her target, the King of Castile, said more about your politics than about Pedro. To some, he was a reformer, harsh but fair. To others, he was a tyrant, impulsive, vindictive, and terrifyingly unstable. In the early 1350s, Castile was tangled in civil conflict. Alliances were everything, and a French marriage offered Castile protection, legitimacy, and financial support. Blanche, barely in her teens, was chosen as the bride. The marriage contract was signed in 1352. Her dowry was enormous, a promise of 300,000 gold coins, with installments to be delivered over several years. Blanche was escorted south with pomp, traveling across the Pyrenees into a kingdom she had never seen, to meet a man she had never met. The wedding took place in 1353 in Valladolid. Blanche was just 14. Pedro was 19 and already tangled in a relationship with another woman, a noblewoman named Maria de Padilla. But the marriage happened anyway. The ceremony was lavish. Mass was performed. Vows were exchanged. Into confinement. Not arrested, not banished. She was stripped of her jewels, denied access to court, and placed under the watch of Pedro's officials. From this point forward, She was queen in title only. Why did Pedro do it? Historians have long debated the reasons. Some say Pedro had always intended to reject the marriage, that it was a diplomatic necessity forced on him by his advisors. Others argue that Blanche's dowry hadn't been fully paid, and Pedro used this as an excuse to refuse the match. The result was the same. Blanche was erased before she had even unpacked her trunks. She wrote letters, dozens of them, pleas to the Pope, to the French king. She asked for intervention, for rescue. "I am not queen, nor wife, nor widow," she wrote in one letter. France did respond eventually. Blanche's cousin, Charles V, condemned the treatment. There were threats of war. A few diplomatic delegations were sent, but Castile was politically unstable, and no one wanted to risk full conflict over a young woman's ruined life. So Blanche remained in limbo. Pedro continued to rule unapologetically. He insisted he owed nothing. The court around him adjusted accordingly. Loyalists denied Blanche's legitimacy, and Pedro's enemies used her treatment as evidence of his cruelty. But Blanche herself, she was moved again and again. Company, no voice. She never saw Pedro again. Her life after confinement is barely recorded, and yet Blanche's story wasn't quite over, because as Pedro's enemies grew stronger, especially his half-brother, a chaste woman imprisoned by a tyrant, of France treated like a servant. Her face appeared on pamphlets. Her letters were reprinted. Her dangerous. By the 1360s, Blanche of Bourbon had been Queen of Castile for over a decade, in name only. Her husband, Pedro I of Castile, had left her immediately after their wedding and never came back. He lived openly with his mistress, Maria de Padilla, and treated her children as legitimate. Meanwhile, Blanche was shuffled between castles, her confinement growing more severe each year. She was a queen in the most technical sense, unseen, unheard, unused. But now, something was shifting. His enemies were multiplying. His nobles were restless. He had been passed over in the line of succession, but never gave up his claim. Over the years, Henry built a network of discontented nobles, exiles, and Henry had found the perfect weapon, Blanche herself. To Henry's supporters, Blanche wasn't just a neglected wife. She was a wronged queen, a noblewoman of France, whose treatment symbolized Pedro's contempt for diplomacy, justice, and basic decency. Blanche's abandonment, once ignored, was now repackaged as proof that Pedro was unfit to rule. French propaganda depicted her as a tragic, virtuous queen. Her letters, copies of which had circulated among French nobles and papal officials, were quoted in political tracts. She became a rallying point for foreign powers who needed a moral excuse to involve themselves in Castile's civil war. Troops, including the notorious Black Prince, Edward of Woodstock. Blanche, still locked away in southern Castile, became more isolated than ever. And then came the decision. Pedro never signed anything, but the message reached her jailers. Some say she was strangled. Others claim she was poisoned. What is certain is this: she died alone. She died untried. She died because she had become inconvenient. In fact, he pretended she was alive for a time, possibly to avoid diplomatic backlash. But word spread quickly, and in France, the news ignited fury. From now on, he was officially, consistently. By 1366, he had fully launched his campaign to overthrow Pedro. The two half-brothers clashed in a brutal civil war that lasted several years. The woman whose death had sparked such outrage had never seen any of it. And yet, her silence, weaponized by others, spoke louder than any battlefield. In 1369, Pedro I was captured by Henry during the Battle of Montiel. In a private meeting intended to negotiate terms, Henry stabbed him to death with a dagger. No trial, no ceremony, just steel and blood. Henry of Trastamara became King Henry II of Castile, founder of a new dynasty, one that would eventually marry into Aragon and, through Isabella I, unite all of Spain. But Blanche's name didn't make it into the royal roll of honor. She didn't have children. She didn't have titles to pass on. She didn't have a court to remember her. She simply disappeared again. Her body was buried in secrecy, likely in the church of Santa Maria la Real de Medina Sidonia. No grand tomb, no monuments, just a quiet ending to a life that had once been worth 300,000 gold coins and a kingdom. Or who changed policy, or who gave birth to a line of monarchs. We're looking at someone who was married off, locked away, and erased, not because she failed, but because she wasn't useful anymore. And somehow, that made her the most dangerous person in the kingdom. Blanche of Bourbon died quietly. She had lived quietly. She had married noisily, but even that was more political announcement than personal joy. And after death, she was almost completely forgotten. Almost. Her story didn't end with her burial. It lingered in the corners of other people's ambitions. Pedro I's downfall was blamed on many things: his cruelty, his volatile temper, his failed alliances, his obsession with Maria de Padilla. But Blanche's ghost loomed over it all. In the decades that followed, her name kept reappearing in unlikely places, not as a person, but as a symbol of what went wrong. Let's be clear, Blanche didn't bring down a kingdom. She didn't rule. She didn't command armies. She didn't even speak the local language well, but she became a lens, a way to look at Pedro and say, this man cannot rule justly. Look what he did to her. Chroniclers picked up the thread. Jean Froissart, writing from France, painted Blanche as a tragic queen betrayed by a monstrous king. Pedro López de Ayala, one of Castile's most important court historians, and later a servant of Henry II, described Blanche as a lady of great nobility and beauty, who died imprisoned by the will of a cruel king. It didn't matter whether they had ever met her. Blanche became the moral proof that Pedro's reign had been illegitimate. For Pedro's enemies, it justified regicide. For later Castilian rulers, it served as a cautionary tale, not about marrying foreigners, but about discarding queens like livestock. And yet, for all the rhetoric, no one ever rescued her. No one avenged her personally. No one rebuilt her tomb or named a city. After her, her story lived on, but she remained untethered to any legacy of her own. Even her family in France didn't memorialize her beyond what was useful. There are no stained-glass windows for Blanche in the great cathedrals of Paris. No glowing poems of mourning. No marble likeness in Bourbon family crypts. She had been valuable once, and then she wasn't. It's easy to look back and wonder, what if she'd had a child? Would her memory have been stronger? Would the child have inherited not just a title, but a mission to honor the mother cast aside? But Blanche had no heirs, no lineage, no continuation. She had been installed like a piece of royal furniture. and when she no longer fit the room, she was stored in the attic of history. And yet, her story keeps resurfacing in scholarly essays about forgotten queens, in novels and operas where her name is changed, but her fate stays the same, in conversations about the rights of women centuries before women's rights were even imagined. Because Blanche's life wasn't exceptional. It was typical, painfully, perfectly typical of what it meant to be a royal woman in 14th century Europe. You were currency, you were dowry, you were dynasty insurance, and if the insurance policy wasn't claimed, you were shredded and discarded. Blanche's tragedy is not that she was imprisoned. It's that her imprisonment didn't surprise anyone. It made sense to the people around her. A foreign queen, no heir, politically inconvenient. Of course, she'd be locked away. What else would they do with her? And that might be the darkest part of all. How often this must have happened to other women in other castles, with fewer chroniclers around to take notes. Blanche of Bourbon just happened to be one of the few cases we still remember, not because she broke the rules, but because she followed them and still lost everything. So maybe she doesn't need a statue. Maybe her legacy is this quiet realization that sometimes the most instructive figures in history aren't the conquerors, or the rebels, or the visionaries. Sometimes they're the ones who vanished, the ones who were supposed to disappear, and somehow, despite everything, still echo centuries later. History rarely grants royal marriages the luxury of romance. Most were forged in cold rooms over inked parchments, measured in dowries and castles, not poems and promises. But every now and then, a royal couple did fall in love, or at least stay married long enough that people decided to call it love in hindsight. That brings us to Eleanor of Castile. Born in 1241, Eleanor was a Spanish princess by birth, daughter of Ferdinand III of Castile and Joan of Ponthieu, a French noblewoman. Her family was powerful, wealthy, and well-connected. But Eleanor was not expected to rule. She was a younger daughter. Edward Plantagenet, future Edward I of England. The year was 1254. Eleanor was about 13 years old, Edward just 15. Their marriage had been arranged as part of a diplomatic agreement between Castile and England. It was meant to secure English support in Spain's wars with rival kingdoms. Another treaty wrapped in wedding clothes. She was shipped across the sea, as so many princesses were, to meet a husband she had never seen, and to become a queen of a country where she knew neither the customs nor the language. And here's where things get interesting. Unlike most of the women we've met in this series, Eleanor wasn't erased. She wasn't locked in a tower. She wasn't abandoned after a stillbirth. She wasn't used and dismissed. She stayed. She gave birth to at least 16 children, many of whom died in infancy, but some of whom survived to shape England's future. And perhaps most surprisingly, even scandalously, she was genuinely close to her husband. Now, does that mean it was a fairy tale marriage? Hardly. There were rumors that she was greedy, that she meddled in land disputes, that she enriched her Spanish relatives using English lands. Chroniclers were divided. Some praised her intellect and grace. Others accused her of being overly ambitious and too powerful for a woman. But through all of it, Edward defended her, repeatedly, publicly. And when he left England to go on crusade in 1270, Eleanor went with him, something queens rarely did. During that campaign, Edward was stabbed by an assassin. Legend says Eleanor sucked the poison from his wound, a romantic flourish added by later storytellers, but one that stuck in the cultural memory. Whether true or not, the symbolism was clear. This was a queen who stayed close, not in name only, not as a figurehead, but as a partner. Eleanor of Castile wasn't a ruler in her own right, and she wasn't universally loved, but she mattered deeply to the king. And here's where her story moves from the political to the monumental, literally. On the journey from Lincoln, where she died, to Westminster Abbey, where she would be buried, Edward ordered the construction of 12 stone crosses, one for each place where her funeral procession stopped for the night. These were not small markers. They were elaborate, beautifully carved, and prominently displayed. They became known as the Eleanor Crosses. Some survive to this day, most famously, the one that gave Charing Cross its name in London. No other queen consort in English history had been honored this way, not before, not after. And yet, for all this visible devotion, Eleanor's actual power during life was still constrained. She was queen, but she was not regent. She advised, but she did not command. She bore heirs, but she did not pass on titles. She traveled, but only as her husband's companion, never as an autonomous political agent. So her story, though less tragic than many, she had influence, but not authority, visibility, but not independence, affection, but only as long as it served the crown. And perhaps that's what makes Eleanor of Castile's life so fascinating. She wasn't locked away. She wasn't killed. She wasn't forgotten. She was remembered in stone and ceremony. And still, she was never quite seen. Because even the best-case scenario for a medieval queen was to be honored after her usefulness had ended. So, as we look at the crosses, built in Eleanor's name, silent, elegant, unmoving, we can't help but ask, was she loved because of who she was? Or because she never asked to be anything more? For all the romantic gestures King Edward I left behind after Eleanor's death, it's easy to miss that during her lifetime, Eleanor of Castile wielded a kind of influence most medieval queens never touched, not through politics, armies, or diplomacy, but through land. Lots of it. Eleanor wasn't just a queen consort. She was one of the largest individual landholders in England. And not just in theory. Her estates stretched across the kingdom, from Norfolk to Devon, from Oxfordshire to the Welsh border. She oversaw them personally, and through an administrative network that answered directly to her, not to Edward, not to royal agents, to her. This wasn't entirely unusual. Royal wives often received land as part of their dowries or marriage arrangements. But what made Eleanor different was how aggressively she managed it. She bought property, she sold it, she consolidated manors. She involved herself in the day-to-day business of estate law, and by all accounts, she was good at it. Maybe too good. In fact, Eleanor's land dealings caused friction. Chroniclers noted widespread complaints about her agents, men who enforced her legal claims ruthlessly, sometimes evicting tenants or pressing old feudal rights no longer used by other landlords. Her name became synonymous with hard-nosed estate management, and not always in a flattering way. Some of this was likely sexism. A woman asserting legal control in a man's domain was always going to draw criticism, but some of it was real. Her administration had teeth. She pursued profit and control over her estates in ways that were almost unheard of for women of her station, and Edward let her. That's perhaps the most telling part of all. Edward I, known for being a stern, sometimes brutal ruler who subdued Wales, challenged Scotland, and restructured English governance, had no issue with Eleanor's authority over her lands. If anything, he seemed to respect it. Their relationship was unusual in this sense. They traveled together, often with children and full court in tow. She accompanied him on military campaigns. She stayed in royal castles, not in the cloisters of queens. She was present at court, but not ornamental. And yet, despite this closeness, Eleanor never received the official status of regent. Edward didn't elevate her to co-ruler. She built patronage. Through litigation and local courts, she could pressure nobles. If Eleanor wanted to shape something in the kingdom, she didn't pass laws, she moved money and people. They were symbols erected by a man who recognized what he had lost. A wife, yes, but also a manager, an advisor, a stabilizer. Eleanor's death in 1290 left a vacuum, both personal and political. Edward would remarry a decade later to Marguerite of France, but their relationship, while respectful, never had the same depth. It's tempting to paint Eleanor's life as unusually happy. She wasn't discarded. She wasn't exiled. She died before old age could sour her position at court. But happiness isn't really the measure here. The more interesting question is, how did Eleanor survive with power in a system that gave women so little? The answer lies in her method. She worked quietly, legally, within the margins. She didn't challenge the system. She became indispensable. Inside it, her influence didn't come from speeches or rebellion. It came from contracts, surveys, harvest reports, and legal briefs. If she had been more confrontational, she might have been removed. If she had asked to govern, she might have been isolated. But by operating through land and law, Eleanor avoided the usual traps. She outlasted the whispers. She outlived the criticism. She outperformed many of the men who ruled alongside her. But even this careful success didn't buy her full autonomy. She had no control over succession. Her legacy, though built on legal acumen and maternal stability, was ultimately absorbed by her husband's memory. The crosses bore his grief. The chronicles echoed his voice. Even the financial records that reflect her estate mastery were filed under his crown. So Eleanor of Castile remains a paradox. A queen who held more land than many dukes, yet held no formal power. A woman remembered with stone and ceremony, yet still described as greedy for owning too much. A figure admired, but not celebrated. Present, but not central. A partner, a mother, a manager, a queen. Eleanor of Castile died on the 28th of November, 1290. In a house in Harby, Nottinghamshire, after a prolonged illness, likely a fever or a lingering infection. She was not yet 50, but her life had been full. A queen, a mother of many, a landholder, a crusader's wife, and, most importantly, for Edward I, a presence. Her death was not met with silence. As her body began its slow procession to Westminster Abbey, Edward marked each overnight stop with a plan. At every halting place, a cross would be built, a monument to her passing. These weren't rough markers or temporary symbols. They were elaborate, ornate, permanent. They were built by the finest stonemasons and craftsmen in the land, with carvings of angels, saints, and the Queen herself. 12 Eleanor crosses were planned. They were placed in places like Lincoln, Grantham, Gettysburg, and finally Charing Cross. The most famous of them all, where the final monument rose not far from Westminster Abbey itself. The message was clear, she mattered, to Edward, to the court, to the kingdom, at least, that's how it seemed. But behind the stones and ceremony, a strange thing was happening. Eleanor's memory was being preserved, but not her story. The crosses spoke of mourning, not of who she was. Her estate records, meticulous and sprawling, were quietly folded into Edward's royal accounts. Her influence at court was recast as Edward's generosity. Her travels were remembered as acts of devotion, not diplomacy. Her individuality faded, replaced by an ideal, the good queen. Good, quiet, dutiful, gracious, fertile, loyal. But Eleanor wasn't just those things. She was also sharp, calculating, and ruthlessly efficient in her estate management. She wrote contracts in Latin. She ordered buildings, balanced harvest budgets, pressed old feudal rights. She knew how to win in court without ever stepping into one, and none of that made it into the crosses, because the crosses were never her story. They were Edward's mourning his version of her, immortalized in stone. That's the final twist in Eleanor of Castile's life. With power, managed with skill. But she still didn't get to narrate her own legacy. In that way, her story circles back to all the others we've explored. The abandoned queens were memorialized through the men who outlived them. Edward remarried. He ruled for many more years, and while he never again gave a consort as much visibility or affection as Eleanor, his governance continued, uninterrupted. Children carried on her lineage. Her daughter, Elizabeth of Rutland, married into the English nobility. Her son, Edward of Carnarvon, became Edward II, a disastrous king whose reign would end in rebellion, scandal, and probable murder. Her name persisted in property deeds, in grants, in land rolls, but in popular memory it became almost mythical. Softened, cleaned up, polished, the crosses did that. They gave her a grave before she was even buried, a legacy shaped not by her actions, but by Edward's love, or perhaps guilt. Because, despite the grandeur of the memorial, Eleanor's actual tomb is surprisingly modest. Inside Westminster Abbey, in a side chapel, she lies beneath a plain marble effigy, her face serene, her features idealized, her hands folded in prayer. No crown, no scepter, no inscriptions about her achievements. Just a woman carved in stone, much like the 12 crosses on the road to London. So what are we left with? A queen who was present, powerful, and skilled, but whose memory was handed off to others. A life rich with influence, but buried beneath symbolism. A story both visible and silenced. Eleanor of Castile was not forgotten, but she was never quite remembered correctly. And maybe that's the most lasting legacy of all the royal women we've explored so far. They were seen. They were admired. They were mourned. But they were never quite allowed to be real. On silver, but beneath the lace and ceremony, was a truth as rigid as the stone castles they lived in. A medieval princess was born to wait. Wait to be married. Wait to be summoned, wait to be traded, wait to be forgotten. Born with names that carried kingdoms, Plantagenet, Capet, Trastamara, Habsburg, these women were expected to be polished symbols of diplomacy, not people. And if you were the daughter of an inbred royal line, your blood might have been pure, but your life was claustrophobic. Let's begin with where she lived. Or, more accurately, where she was kept. It was a monitored space, watched over by ladies, dowagers, and chamberlains loyal to the crown. Think of it less like a royal suite and more like a gilded surveillance unit. Every step she took was witnessed, not by bodyguards, but by guards of reputation. If she wanted to take a walk in the garden, she would be accompanied. If she wanted to read a book, it had to be from the approved collection, usually religious or philosophical texts. If she wanted to eat alone, not aloud. Meals were public rituals, often attended by senior nobles, clerics, and even court spies. But this wasn't framed as punishment. It was protection from scandal, from gossip, from herself. Her body, after all, wasn't hers. It was a dynastic asset, an instrument for treaties, a vessel for heirs. That meant her virginity was state property. To ensure it, many princesses, particularly those promised to powerful foreign kings, were inspected by midwives, bishops, and even papal representatives. These certifications were documented, signed, and sometimes passed along with dowry records. A clean bill of health was as important as any castle or chest of gold. If you were a Habsburg princess, or one from the French Capetian dynasty, this scrutiny was often layered with irony. Your family might boast pure blood, but it came from generations of cousins marrying cousins, with all the quiet deformities and health issues that came along with it. So, while outwardly beautiful, these girls were often pale, brittle-boned, or prone to seizures and nervous conditions. Which leads us to education, a subject less romantic than often imagined. A princess's lessons depended entirely on her family's priorities. She was taught languages, but only those useful for marriage, Latin, French, or Castilian, rarely anything else. She was taught courtly manners, how to pour wine without splashing, how to sit with the proper tilt of the head, how to laugh softly. Most learned some reading and writing, but not to the level of ruling competence, just enough to copy out prayers, manage household accounts, and perhaps send a stiff letter to a future husband she hadn't met. She might be encouraged to learn music, the harp, lute, or viol, but not for pleasure. These were tools of display, not self-expression. Intellectual curiosity was not forbidden, but it was often gently stamped out. A clever girl was useful only if she could hide it. Wit was to be deployed subtly, like perfume, detectable, but never overpowering. She could be educated, yes, but never too interesting. And throughout all this, there was a constant companion: boredom. We tend to imagine medieval castles as bustling, lively places. In reality, for the women inside them, they were quiet, repetitive, stifling. Most days passed with little variation: rise at dawn, prayer, breakfast, embroidery, a brief walk, mass, a lecture, another meal, more embroidery, more prayer, sleep. No spontaneity, no journeys, no freedom. Even her clothing, while luxurious, was constrictive. A princess wore layers, a linen shift, a tight kirtle, sometimes a stiff bodice, and atop that, an outer gown with sleeves long enough to trip over, add a veil, possibly a wimple, and jewelry heavy enough to leave bruises. These were not clothes for running or laughing. These were clothes for waiting, at a window, in a chapel, in a throne room, for someone to tell her what her life would be. And when that moment came, when a husband was chosen, it often came with days' notice, not months. She would be packed up, accompanied by chests and chaperones, and shipped across a continent to a man she had never met, a language she did not speak, and a court that would treat her as both an honored guest and an immediate outsider. Some adapted, some withered, some were sent home, barren and discarded. But most, the vast majority, simply disappeared into marriage, taking their surveillance with them. Because if there was one thing even more tightly controlled than a princess's youth, it was her adulthood. And that's where we'll go next. When a medieval princess was finally summoned from her embroidery and escorted to the altar, she wasn't walking into a new life, she was being handed over. Marriage wasn't a rite of passage, it was a transaction, predetermined by diplomacy, dynastic interest, and a few pages of ironclad parchment. And when the day came, it was not her vows that mattered, it was the dowry. Let's be clear, these dowries weren't symbolic, they were calculated to the last coin. Castles, land rights, naval access, and piles of silver plate, all listed, itemized, and inspected. Entire wars were fought because a dowry arrived late or underweight, and once delivered, the princess herself was expected to follow, like a signed trunk of jewels. The ceremonies were spectacular, yes. The veils were silked, the candles tall, the choirs trained to perfection. But the bride often didn't speak the local language. She couldn't read the contract. Her signature, if required, was sometimes added later by proxy. She might have been only 12 or 13. Her new husband could be twice her age or half her size. But the moment the priest declared them man and wife, her life changed instantly. She was no longer a princess of her homeland. She was now a foreigner, married into a court that viewed her with both curiosity and suspicion. Even the ladies who accompanied her from home, childhood friends, tutors, chaperones, were often dismissed within weeks of arrival. Too expensive, too foreign, too familiar. A queen needed to learn to trust her husband's people, and quickly. So she was surrounded by strangers, strangers who watched her dress, strangers who delivered her meals, strangers who reported her every word, gesture, and tear to the court's inner circle. In public, she had to smile. In private, she had to listen. In both, she had to be careful. Her husband, meanwhile, had no such constraints. He could still visit mistresses, openly or not. He could complain about her to his advisors. He could leave her isolated for weeks at a time without explanation. But if she showed discontent, if she was cold or distant, if she failed to conceive within the first year, whispers began. They always started the same way. She's too proud. She's too foreign. She prays in a strange way. She brought bad luck from her side. And if she failed to produce a son, the volume rose. But childbirth wasn't just expected. It was endured. A royal pregnancy was treated like a public construction project. Her diet was prescribed. Her sleep was managed. Religious relics were placed near her bed. Some queens were bled to balance the humors. Others were force-fed broth to keep up their strength. Her bedchamber became a courtroom. Midwives, physicians, bishops, even nobles gathered nearby to verify the birth. Not out of compassion, but to confirm legitimacy. If the baby died, that was noted. If the baby was malformed, that was whispered. If the baby was a girl, that was a disappointment. A medieval princess might spend 10 to 15 years of her life either pregnant, recovering from birth, or mourning a lost child. And still she had to smile at banquets. Still she had to dance at festivals. Still she had to read letters aloud from her homeland. Proof she hadn't forgotten, though she no longer belonged there. Her only power came from producing heirs, and if she didn't, her worth was reduced to ceremonial background. No governing authority, no property in her name, no freedom to return home. She could be set aside, quietly or publicly. Some were sent to convents, others were kept in gilded isolation. A few, the lucky ones, were widowed and allowed to act as regents for their sons. But that only worked if the son survived, and if he didn't, her usefulness was over. So she aged early, not from years, but from vigilance. Every step, every glance, every miscarriage weighed against her, and she knew something the court would never say aloud. The only thing harder than becoming queen was staying one. For the medieval princess who survived her marriage, childbirth, and decades of political limbo, there was still one more chapter waiting: retirement. Not in the modern sense. There were no beach estates, no grandchildren's birthdays, no peaceful afternoons in the garden. Retirement, for these women, often meant removal. The moment her husband died, or the last of her children married, the political value of a princess-turned queen often expired overnight. If she had borne a son who became king, she might be offered a ceremonial role, queen dowager, sometimes regent, sometimes not. In the best-case scenario, she kept a few of her dower lands, maintained a small household, and attended court as a living symbol of continuity. But many were simply moved aside, sent to a religious house, given a small allowance, allowed to live quietly on the edge of things. It was framed as piety, as a return to God, a retreat from worldly affairs, but in truth, it was containment. These women had lived their lives under surveillance, and now they would end them in seclusion. Their titles remained, their portraits might hang in galleries, their signatures might still appear on old marriage contracts, but their names faded. Because without land to rule or sons to protect, a former princess was no longer a node of power, just a reminder of past alliances and the fragility of women's place in dynastic chess. And here's the tragic, boring brilliance of it. Most of them didn't resist. They had been trained since girlhood to accept this quiet vanishing as normal, to serve, not to shape, to smile while being passed between courts like decorated correspondence, to disappear politely. Some found comfort in it. A few took up needlework, piety, or quiet reading. Others slipped into illness, mental, physical, or both, and died without drama, surrounded by nuns or indifferent retainers. A few lived into remarkable old age, long enough to see entire dynasties shift beneath them. And yet, no matter how long they lived, they rarely left traces. The court moved on. New queens arrived. New marriages were negotiated. New girls were fitted for foreign gowns. The pattern repeated, meticulously, unkindly, indefinitely. In some cases, their very existence was scrubbed. Chroniclers edited them out. Tombstones were misnamed. Letters were filed under husbands' archives. Even modern historians struggle to find more than a paragraph or two on dozens of these royal women, and those with tragic fates, the ones who were abandoned, poisoned, or divorced. They were the lucky ones, because, at least, they were recorded. The average medieval princess died unremarkably, not because she did nothing, but because her whole life was structured to ensure she couldn't do anything remarkable without permission. And even when she played the game perfectly, married well, bore sons, followed protocol, her reward was retirement into silence. So when we think of silk gowns and glittering feasts, of golden circlets and jeweled rings, we should remember what they really were: disguises, coverings for a life spent waiting, for a voice muted by protocol, for a mind trained to retreat. There's a reason we can name the kings, the generals, the usurpers, but struggle to name the third daughter of the King of Aragon, or the sister of a Hungarian duke, or the niece of a Habsburg emperor. It's not because they didn't matter. It's because they were designed not to matter individually, only as parts of alliances, wombs of dynasties, and footnotes to male ambition. So the next time you hear the title princess, remember this: it didn't mean power. It didn't mean happiness. It meant duty, surveillance, and, eventually, disappearance. In 1328, Maria of Portugal married Alfonso XI of Castile, becoming queen consort of one of Europe's most powerful kingdoms. She was just 15, Alfonso 17. On paper, it looked ideal, a union between two Iberian dynasties, strengthening ties, promising heirs, and uniting bloodlines already tangled by generations of strategic marriages. But if you looked closer at the guest list, at the rushed planning, at the timing, the cracks showed. Because the wedding wasn't held in joy, it was held in funeral colors. Just weeks before, Maria's cousin, also named Maria, had died. And not just died, she had died in childbirth. At another royal wedding, rumors circulated. People spoke of omens, curses, bad blood. Some said the stars were wrong. Others whispered that the line of Alfonso IV, Maria's father, had grown too tight, too twisted, that the Portuguese royal house had bred too close, too often. Still, the wedding went ahead. It had to. Political calendars didn't pause for superstition. Maria arrived in Castile dressed like a bride, but surrounded by the tension of grief. Her new court expected her to smile, to perform, to conceive, quickly, preferably a son. But Alfonso XI, her husband, had already made other arrangements. He had no interest in Maria, before their wedding, during their wedding, and after their wedding. Alfonso was openly living with his mistress, Leonor de Guzman, a noblewoman of strong family and stronger ambition, while Maria was expected to observe court protocol and hold up the image of a respectable queen. Leonor lived with the king, bore him children, 10 in total, and wielded more influence than Maria ever would. Maria, queen by law, became queen in name only. She was humiliated in public, ignored in council, left out of ceremonial functions. Royal declarations came with Leonor's signature beside the king's, not Maria's. Foreign envoys referred to Leonor as the favorite, but everyone understood she was the true partner of the king. Still, Maria tried. She attended Mass. She performed duties. She smiled at festivals. And finally, in 1332, 4 years after the wedding, she bore Alfonso a son, Prince Pedro. It should have changed everything, but it didn't. Even after giving Alfonso his heir, Maria was not restored to favor. Leonor remained dominant. The king sent Maria away to live separately, relegating her to castles in the north. She was allowed to visit court only for major events. Even her son, little Pedro, was frequently kept away from her, raised by tutors. Loyal to Alfonso and, in some cases, Leonor herself, Maria had become something worse than forgotten. She had become an obstacle to be managed, contained, tolerated, but never embraced. And so she began to grieve, not openly, that wasn't allowed, but in small, defiant gestures, refusing to write letters to the king, declining to appear at events where Leonor would be present, sending secret messages to the Pope, complaining of her treatment. The court called her bitter. The nobles called her cold. Chronicles described her as withdrawn, difficult, unapproachable. No one asked why. No one acknowledged that being forced to watch your husband publicly raise 10 illegitimate children with his mistress might change a person's spirit. Instead, Maria was expected to behave herself, to accept the arrangement, to be a royal figurehead, to smile in her sideline silence. But she wasn't done yet, because Maria had one thing Leonor didn't: legitimacy. And in the decades to come, as her son Pedro grew into adulthood, Maria would begin laying the groundwork for a quiet, deliberate revenge, one that wouldn't erupt in screams or war, but in records, alliances, and survivals. But first, she would have to endure years of disgrace, isolation, and invisibility. And all the while, her grief for her marriage, her name, her role, would be treated as inappropriate, unqueenly, disruptive, because in the courts of 14th century Castile, even a royal widow in waiting wasn't allowed to mourn her life, until the king said it was over. And Alfonso XI wasn't finished humiliating her yet. In the winter of 1476, a woman from sun-drenched Naples arrived in snow-dusted Hungary, cloaked in velvet, veiled in protocol, and already a pawn. Her name was Beatrice of Naples. Born Beatrice of Aragon, she was the daughter of Ferdinand I of Naples, a king known for his cunning, cruelty, and obsessive attention to dynastic alliances. Beatrice, one of his younger children, had been raised in a world where every gesture was political and every marriage a contract. At just 16, she was married by proxy to Matthias Corvinus, King of Hungary, a man she had never met. She brought with her a dowry heavy with gold and expectations, and in return she received a crown and a country where she would never truly belong. Hungary in the 15th century was not Naples. Its court was colder, both in weather and in welcome. Its nobility suspicious, its language foreign, and its king, though handsome, brilliant, and adored by humanists, had just buried his first wife, Elizabeth of Scilly, and had no legitimate heir. Beatrice arrived with her Italian tutors, her Neapolitan gowns, and her southern accent, and stepped directly into a hornet's nest of succession politics. Her job was clear: secure an alliance between Hungary and Naples, charm the court, and most importantly, give Matthias a son. But there was a problem. Matthias already had a son, an illegitimate one, John Corvinus, born to a mistress. John had been raised as Matthias's presumed heir. He had lands, titles, tutors, and enemies. Beatrice knew that bearing her own child would threaten him, and worse, not bearing one would threaten her. So the pressure began immediately. Her diet was altered, her sleep monitored. Holy relics were brought into her chambers. Rumors swirled. Some whispered that she was barren. Others claimed the queen refused to share the king's bed. Still others accused her of witchcraft, or of sending letters back to Naples filled with court secrets. The truth: she simply didn't get pregnant, and in Hungary, that made her vulnerable. But Beatrice wasn't passive. Raised in a brutal southern court where poison and poetry were equally sharp weapons, she began to manipulate from the margins. She forged alliances with powerful Italian clerics at the papal court. She cultivated a small inner circle of loyal nobles. She patronized artists, humanists, and scholars, including Italians, who praised her as a new Medici-style queen. She became a force of culture and a master of politics, all while failing at the one thing everyone expected of her. And she knew Matthias was growing restless. She could feel it in the way he spoke of John, in the cold silences between court ceremonies, in the sudden shifts in palace loyalties. Still, Beatrice held her position, because, unlike many queens before her, she had something they didn't: leverage. Her father was still King of Naples. Her cousins were scattered across the Italian states. Her brother was married into Milan. The Pope, Sixtus IV, had family links to the Aragonese of Naples. Beatrice was networked, and she made sure Matthias knew it. But then, another complication. Asterisk, asterisk. The Pope, her distant ally, began pressing for Hungary to legitimize John Corvinus as heir. If that happened, Beatrice would not just be a barren queen, she would be an obstacle to succession. And obstacles, in Hungarian court politics, had a tendency to fall out of windows or die quietly of fevers that couldn't be traced. Beatrice began writing letters, dozens of them, to Rome, to Naples, to Milan, some requesting intervention, others warning of threats. She knew her survival depended not on love or fertility, but on strategy. And in this chessboard of kings, cardinals, bastard sons, and waiting courtiers, she refused to be a pawn. By the early 1480s, Beatrice of Naples was no longer the shy foreign princess who arrived at the Hungarian court wrapped in brocade and apprehension. She had grown into something else entirely, a queen who knew the weight of silence, the usefulness of gifts, and the power of timing. And she needed every one of those tools, because her position was under siege from a rival she could never quite name aloud. John Corvinus, Matthias's bastard son, the shadow that followed her every move. By now, John was a teenager, handsome, athletic, and dangerously beloved by the court factions who dreamed of a strong succession. The boy had been raised as a prince in all but name. His illegitimacy, once a problem, was becoming an afterthought, especially now that Beatrice had failed, again and again, to produce a child of her own. Still, she did not retreat. Beatrice doubled down. She formed a secret correspondence with the papal court, reminding Pope Sixtus IV that John's claim was not only illegitimate, but dangerously destabilizing for Hungary's future. She leaned on Italian cardinals to press Matthias toward adopting a more European view of succession, one that required papal endorsement and clean bloodlines. She sent lavish gifts to Hungarian nobles on the fence. She hosted salons for scholars and diplomats. She funded religious houses, especially those willing to pray publicly for the future Queen Mother's child. Behind the scenes, she carefully isolated John's allies at court. A steward dismissed, a tutor quietly replaced, a distant cousin denied access to the treasury. No open hostility, just a quiet, calculated, soft war. And Matthias, he watched it all with unease. He was a warrior king, a reformer, a patron of the arts, but not immune to the needs of succession. He loved John, that much was clear, but he had not legitimized him, not yet, because Matthias also understood the danger of a court divided. On one side, John, beloved, but technically illegitimate. On the other, Beatrice, royal by blood, shrewd, connected, and increasingly influential in both Rome and Naples. Then, in 1485, an opportunity, Matthias captured Vienna, making it his royal seat. The court shifted, literally and politically. New nobles, new influence, and in the confusion, Beatrice tightened her grip. She insisted that royal proclamations now include her seal. She placed trusted Italians in key city positions. She pushed 4 new chaplains, men trained in Naples, to control the narrative in church sermons. The message was clear. Hungary's future should not be decided by accident of birth. It should be negotiated, legalized, secured through diplomacy. John, by now, was being pushed to the edge, still popular, still visible, but increasingly framed as an unspoken threat. And that's when the rumors of poison began. Not from Beatrice directly, she was too careful for that. But whispers spread through the court that certain feasts had made John ill, that a bishop had refused to bless wine from a particular cellar, that an Italian physician in Beatrice's household had been overheard discussing necessary ingredients. The sources were unclear. No poison was ever proven, but the effect was immediate. John was moved out of court for a time. His food was guarded. His allies grew anxious. Beatrice, meanwhile, denied everything with such serene confidence that it only fueled the speculation. And yet, despite the cloak and dagger whispers, there were no arrests, no public accusations, because if poison was being used, it wasn't aimed at the body. It was aimed at legitimacy. Beatrice didn't need John to die. She needed him to become unthinkable as king. So she played the long game. She sponsored chronicles that subtly undermined him. She spread Italian pamphlets about the dangers of illegitimate succession. She reminded courtiers, over meals, in passing, of the instability that had rocked kingdoms like Castile when bastards were crowned. Her greatest weapon wasn't venom or daggers. It was precedent, history, reputation. But then everything shifted. In 1490, Matthias Corvinus died unexpectedly, without naming a clear successor. Beatrice, now Queen Dowager, had no son, no written will in her favor, and no formal claim to regency. And yet, she did not flee. She did not mourn publicly. She did not step aside. Instead, she prepared to install herself as queen again, this time by marriage, manipulation, and sheer refusal to disappear. But Hungary was not hers yet, and the papacy had other ideas. In the spring of 1490, the royal court of Hungary found itself in a quiet state of panic. King Matthias Corvinus was dead, and no successor had been officially named. Beatrice of Naples, now the widowed queen, did not faint. She did not retreat to a nunnery or weep in public. She tightened her gown, summoned her household, and began to plan, because Beatrice had no intention of vanishing into history as the barren widow of a reforming king. She had no son, true, but she had allies in Italy, in the church, and even in parts of Hungary's own nobility. More importantly, she had knowledge. She knew that without a named heir, the Hungarian crown was up for negotiation. There were contenders, John Corvinus chief among them, but there was no coronation, no order, no script. Beatrice stepped into the vacuum with purpose. Within weeks of Matthias's death, she put forward a radical move. She would remain queen by marrying the next king. It was bold, it was shocking, and it was temporarily successful. After much behind-the-scenes negotiation, the nobles elected Vladislaus II of Bohemia as the new king of Hungary, willing to marry Beatrice. In 1491, the two were wed. Beatrice was once again Queen of Hungary, 2 kings, 1 lifetime. Few queens of the medieval world ever achieved this. Fewer still orchestrated it themselves. But Beatrice's triumph was short-lived, because Beatrice, cunning as ever, had forged papal permission to wed Vladislaus. The Pope, already wary of her family's growing power in Italy, refused to accept the match, and Vladislaus, pressured by Hungarian nobles and Vatican influence, quickly began to distance himself. Married but unofficial, queen by form but not by recognition. The new king stopped appearing with her in public. He refused to share council sessions. When she requested funding for her household, he delayed. When she asked to sit beside him at official events, he declined. Worse, he opened negotiations to annul the marriage, claiming he had been pressured into it. It was a crushing humiliation. But Beatrice, as always, did not go quietly. She fought the annulment in multiple courts, in Hungary, in Rome, in Naples. She cited witnesses. She produced documents. She argued before bishops. She wrote pleas to the Pope, insisting the marriage was valid, moral, and unbreakable. Was no longer power, it was survival of legacy. She wanted her name in the records. She wanted her titles respected. She wanted history to remember that she had ruled, not merely married. But the world was changing. The Renaissance was pushing queens into salons, not throne rooms. Papal politics had grown colder toward the Neapolitan Aragonese. Vladislaus, though weak, was favored by Rome, and the Hungarian court wanted no reminders of Beatrice's influence over Matthias. So in 1500, the marriage was annulled. Beatrice lost her title, her property, her claim to queenship. She returned to Naples in financial distress, forced to beg her nephew, the new king, for a pension. She died a few years later, not in a palace, but in a family estate, surrounded not by courtiers, but by silence. The chronicles gave her a paragraph. They noted her marriages, her elegance, her infertility. They did not mention her campaign against John Corvinus, or the forged papal bull, or the second, near-secret marriage, or the fact that for 20 years she had been one of the most powerful women in Central Europe without ever commanding an army, passing a law, or wearing a crown without condition. Beatrice of Naples was written off as a failed queen, but that misses the point. She wasn't trying to be loved. She was trying to stay standing in a world where queens vanished after failure. Of Habsburg, your life was already a document, a treaty in human form. Your marriages were inked in advance. Your children were planned before your first tooth. And if you were a daughter, your value was not measured in what you could become, but in who wanted you. And yet, Catherine of Austria, niece to emperors, sister to kings, aunt to half of Renaissance Europe, remained, for all her elegance and lineage, unmarried. She was called Donna Catalina, born in 1507, daughter of Joanna of Castile, the infamous Juana la Loca, and Philip the Handsome, who was neither particularly loyal nor particularly loyal. Her siblings were legendary: Charles V, Holy Roman Emperor Ferdinand I, King of the Romans Mary of Hungary, Queen and Regent Eleanor, Queen of France and Portugal Isabella, Queen of Denmark, and yet Catherine never became a queen. She was not ignored. She was not forgotten. But she was. in the language of diplomacy, strategically unused. From the start, Catherine had the pedigree. Her blood was a cocktail of Habsburg and Trastamara, thick with generations of cousin marriages and political necessity. She was born into a dynasty that believed marriages, even between uncle and niece, were worth considering if it kept borders neat. By her teens, Catherine was fluent in multiple languages. She had impeccable manners, a face considered respectable enough for court portraiture, and, more importantly, the patience of a diplomat's daughter. Suitors were suggested. England, for a brief time during Henry VIII's reshuffling, seemed possible, then impossible. The Polish court made inquiries. Rome considered her as a papal ally, but none of these ever moved beyond letters and possibilities. Once Queen of Spain in her own right, had been locked away for decades under the pretext of madness. Whether she was truly unwell or simply inconvenient to her male relatives remains a historical shrug. What mattered at court was the reputation. Joanna had gone mad, and madness, in Habsburg logic, ran in the blood, and Catherine was her daughter. Even with powerful brothers like Charles and Ferdinand promoting her, the stigma followed, quietly, persistently. Enough to make every proposal complicated, enough to give every suitor pause. She remained in court visible, but untouched. She became a fixture, like a portrait, always there, but never the subject of the conversation. In Madrid, in Toledo, in Valladolid, Catherine was present for marriages, funerals, and royal births. She was often seen holding newborn heirs, praying in royal chapels, distributing alms in her name. She became a symbol of devoutness, stability, and loyalty, but never of romance, never of politics, never of marriage. Behind closed doors, it was said she had refused proposals herself, out of piety or disinterest, or perhaps to stay close to her aging mother. But that wasn't how Habsburg women operated. They didn't get to choose their fates. If Catherine remained unmarried, wasn't her choice, it was a verdict. By her mid-30s, well past marriageable age by 16th century standards, Catherine had become something rarer than a dowager or queen, a royal spinster. And still, she held court. She dressed impeccably. She managed her own household. She sponsored painters and poets. She wrote letters filled with political nuance. She was not irrelevant. She was not invisible. She was simply unclaimed. And in the Spanish court, where everything had a purpose, her lack of a role made her something of a mystery. Was she too proud, too devout, too unstable? Or was she simply a reminder of what happens when political perfection is spoiled by a whisper of inherited madness? By the 1540s, Catherine of Austria had outlasted nearly every possible marriage she'd been offered. Her eldest sister, Eleanor, had been Queen of Portugal and later Queen of France. Mary of Hungary had ruled the Low Countries as regent, commanding armies and overseeing trade. Her brother Charles V had become Holy Roman Emperor and King of Spain, master of an empire where the sun literally never set. Even her mad mother, Joanna, still technically held the title Queen of Castile, though locked away and barely spoken of. But Catherine, she lived in Madrid, or occasionally Valladolid. She prayed, she embroidered, she wrote letters. She became a kind of ornament, not ornamental in the sense of useless, but ceremonial. She could be trotted out for diplomatic events, stand in for more important women when needed, or visit convents to show royal favor. Her name, her presence, her blood, they were still valuable, just not in the way she had been raised to expect. And all around her, Spain was changing. The 16th century was devouring the medieval world. The Inquisition was in full swing. New World gold was flooding into Castile, creating both wealth and rot. Wars with France, with the Turks, with Protestants. On every border, the empire was expanding and fraying at once, and Catherine watched it all from her apartments. She was now middle-aged, in a time when most women her age had buried husbands, married off daughters, and negotiated their dowries into secure retirement. But Catherine had none of that. What she did have was a role no one could quite define. Not queen, not nun, not regent, not rebel. She was always royal, but never ruling. And because of this, she was both safe and suspicious. Her lack of position made her unthreatening, but her intellect, her connections, and her proximity to power kept her from being dismissed entirely. She had the kind of soft power that bothered men at court, the ability to know everything and say almost nothing, so she became useful in ways no one expected. She mediated letters between court factions, unofficially, of course. She advised young noblewomen entering royal households. She oversaw parts of the Queen's wardrobe and managed some of the smaller Habsburg estates in Castile. She was a ghost at the banquet, always there, never central. And as she aged, so too did the image of her courtship. By now, younger courtiers referred to her spinsterhood as a virtue. She chose the life of piety. She was always meant for God. She put her family before herself. But those were post hoc comforts, not truths. Catherine had been raised for marriage, prepared for queenship. Her failure to marry wasn't an act of independence or rebellion. It was a quiet consequence of dynastic caution, mental health paranoia, and over-strategizing. The Habsburgs, for all their power, were obsessed with lineage control, and Catherine, as the daughter of the Mad Queen, represented a risk they couldn't sell abroad. She was too noble for a second-tier match, too damaged for a first-tier match, too useful to waste, too risky to empower. So she was kept like a valuable tapestry, folded in a trunk, not discarded, but never displayed. And yet she remained loyal to her mother, still alive but unreachable, to her brother, Charles V, who entrusted her with delicate tasks, but never once tried to find her a place to rule, to the church which she funded generously but never joined. She could have left court. She could have retired to a convent. She could have caused scandal, and no one would have been surprised. But she didn't. Instead, she wrote to cloistered abbesses about the problems of royal widowhood, even though she had never married. She sent alms in the name of saints she never asked intercession from. She continued to represent a position she never held, because in the rigid, brittle hierarchy of the Spanish court, even a spinster had her part to play, as long as she played it quietly. And in the silence between court appointments and religious holidays, Catherine endured. But what happens when the dynasty moves on? What happens when even the most loyal ornament begins to collect dust? That's where we'll end, not with her silence, but with what history chose not to record. Catherine of Austria died in 1578. She was 71 years old. She had outlived all her siblings, Charles, Ferdinand, Eleanor, Mary, Isabella. She had outlived nearly every monarch in Europe who had once considered her a diplomatic option. She had outlived her usefulness, but she had not outlived her silence. At the time of her death, Catherine was living in the monastery of Las Reales, a convent in Madrid, founded by her niece, Joanna. The building, still under royal patronage, was filled with noblewomen, dowagers, widows, and spinsters, who had once brushed the edges of power, and were now set aside politely. A court without ambition. And that's where Catherine spent her final years, not as a nun, but as a royal resident, not cloistered, not cloaked in black, but quietly, symbolically, withdrawn. The convent's walls were filled with portraits, many of them hers, not because she demanded them, but because artists kept painting her. Catherine had become the visual placeholder of Habsburg virtue, unwed, devout, perfectly bred, and perfectly uneventful. That's how history wanted to remember her. That's how the dynasty preferred it. But the silence hides something messier. Catherine's long spinsterhood wasn't the result of divine calling or personal preference. It was a decision made by others, over and over again, in other rooms, by other men. She had no scandals, no rebellion. She existed in between the almost queen, the half-princess, the trusted but untouchable sister. And yet, she shaped things, quietly. It was Catherine who preserved her mother's letters, Joanna of Castile's writings. It was Catherine who maintained correspondence across the courts of Italy, Austria, and the Netherlands, becoming a behind-the-scenes archivist of Habsburg diplomacy. It was Catherine who managed small but significant estates, ensuring loyalty to the dynasty in regions where revolt was always one harvest away. None of these things made the chronicles. In a dynasty obsessed with succession, Catherine was a dead end. And so they buried her with honors, but without a legacy. There is no monument with her full titles, no city named after her, aunt of Charles V, or a Habsburg lady. But what do you do when your entire life was defined by being left out? That was Catherine of Austria. Not a tragic figure, not a cautionary tale, just one of many royal women who were kept close, kept clean, and kept unused because their blood was too valuable to risk and too dangerous to unleash. Her life was long, it was quiet, it was never hers, and that, in its own way, is one of the most boring and most haunting truths of all. She was 6 years old when she became Queen of England. Her name was Isabella of Valois, the daughter of King Charles VI of France. The king history would later call Charles the Mad, and at an age when most children were still learning to read, Isabella was being prepared for marriage, not for love, not for peace of mind, but for peace between kingdoms. The 100 Years' War, a conflict that sprawled across generations, had ground both countries down into mutual exhaustion. It wouldn't end the war, but it might, by time. Isabella, as usual, had no say in the matter. She was described in letters as graceful and wise for her age, diplomatic code for pretty and quiet. She was dressed in layers of blue and white silk, loaded into a ceremonial coach, and paraded across France under the protection of an army and a treaty. When she arrived in Calais, she met Richard II, who was not 7 years old. He was 29. He had already buried one wife. He had already faced rebellion. He was already widely hated by many of his nobles. But for this moment, he had a child bride, a French princess, and the temporary illusion of control. The wedding was lavish. Isabella wore jewels, heavy enough to bruise. Richard addressed her with phrases meant to charm a woman twice her age. The English court sighed with relief. A treaty had been signed, and their unpredictable king had a new queen. But once the feast was over, reality settled in. Isabella wasn't ready to be a wife. Richard, to his credit, didn't force her to become one. He declared that their marriage would not be consummated until she was older, and instead she was kept in a kind of gilded childhood. She lived in a separate household, filled with French attendants and English tutors. She had dolls, tiny instruments, embroidered cushions, and a cat. She was addressed as Your Grace, but she wasn't allowed to walk alone. She was guarded, guided, protected, and thoroughly politicized. Her every move was noted by both courts. Did she look happy? Was she being raised English enough? Was she homesick for France? Because beneath the surface, no one trusted this arrangement. To the English, Isabella was still a French pawn, and Richard, well, Richard was spiraling. He had been overthrown before, and he was never far from paranoia. His tyranny came in waves, sudden executions, lavish spending, whispered accusations. The marriage to Isabella was supposed to calm his image, not in order. Still, the child queen smiled. She performed at festivals. She gave gifts to the poor. She walked behind Richard at ceremonies, silent and small. Chroniclers praised her manners. Nobles complimented her poise. But she was, essentially, a child actor playing the role of peace in a court that was crumbling, and in 1399 it crumbled completely. Richard was captured by his cousin, Henry Bolingbroke, later Henry IV. The king was imprisoned. Parliament declared him unfit, asked to see Richard. She was told no. She waited, and then came the final blow. Richard had died, probably murdered in prison, buried in secret. And Isabella, who was now 9, was told to forget him, forget the ceremonies, forget the title, forget the crown she had worn for 3 years. But she didn't, not then, and not ever. The first thing everyone noticed was the jaw. It jutted forward awkwardly, hanging low, refusing to close. His tongue barely fit inside his mouth. His eyes, large and unblinking, stared a moment too long. He had trouble swallowing, trouble walking, trouble speaking, but he was the King of Spain. This was Charles II of Spain, the last of the Spanish Habsburgs, a dynasty so obsessed with preserving royal bloodlines that they folded in on themselves. By the time Charles was born in 1661, the Spanish Habsburg family tree no longer branched. It looped. His mother was niece to his father. His grandparents were uncle and niece. His great-grandparents, also cousins. It had taken generations of careful inbreeding to keep power pure, and Charles II was the final product. He was born blue, barely breathing. He didn't speak until he was 4. He didn't walk until he was 8. By all accounts, he should have died young. Frailty was caused by humoral imbalances and melancholic airs. The priests said he was blessed, a holy innocent, protected by God. But beneath the incense and excuses, Charles was a boy who could not chew food without assistance. He drooled in public. He had seizures. He suffered from chronic infections and an enlarged head. Still, he wore the crown, and the court adapted. They built a fantasy government around him, a world of protocol and illusion. Ministers made decisions in his name. Decrees were signed with his seal. Whether he understood them or not, he was paraded through ceremonies like a relic. Every breath he took was interpreted as a sign of divine favor. But the empire he ruled was crumbling. Spain, once the most powerful kingdom in Europe, was losing territory, money, and influence. The Dutch had broken away, and the king, the one meant to lead, sat in his chambers, playing with clocks, and asking his servants if they believed in ghosts. His household was stuffed with relics, monks, and astrologers. He was obsessed with death. He asked to open tombs. He feared witches. He banned books. His court became a theater of paranoia, where every illness was blamed on spells, and every failure on invisible enemies. But Charles had no children, and that meant everything. Without an heir, the question of succession loomed like a sword over the entire continent. France, Austria. Instead, the king was married twice. First to Marie Louise of Orleans, niece of Louis XIV. She was young, bright, and horrified by her new life. Within months of arriving in Spain, she was isolated, monitored, and blamed for failing to get pregnant. Her health declined rapidly. His second wife, Maria Anna of Neuburg, was chosen for her family's history of fertility, but it made no difference. She, too, fell into depression, surrounded by superstition and silence. And so, Spain drifted. Its king was alive. Its crown still shone. But inside the palace, behind the velvet and gold, was a man who had become the living symbol of a dynasty that had gone too far, held too tightly to its blood, and produced a ruler incapable of ruling. By the early 1690s, Spain was running out of time. Its king, Charles II, was still alive, but only in the most technical sense. His body was crumbling. His mind, already hazy in youth, now flitted between sluggish lucidity and terrifying delusion. His second wife, Maria Anna of Neuburg, had begun consulting priests who dabbled in exorcism. At court, it was whispered that the king had been cursed, and the most terrifying part, everyone believed it. Charles had been ill since childhood. But in a world that didn't understand genetics, people sought explanations elsewhere. Doctors blamed black bile, priests blamed sin, midwives blamed royal mistresses, and when all else failed, they blamed witchcraft. In 1698, Charles ordered an official investigation into whether he had been bewitched. A tribunal of inquisitors, physicians, astrologers, and monks gathered to assess the king. Their final report was both ridiculous and tragic. They concluded that Charles had been cursed at age 14 through chocolate laced with a demonic powder. The spell, they wrote, had dried his seed, damaged his blood, and fogged his soul. Instead of treating his symptoms, the court turned to rituals. Holy water was sprinkled through the palace. Sacred relics were carried in processions. Clergy conducted prayers for deliverance. Monks fasted in his name. Meanwhile, Charles suffered from constant fevers, swollen limbs, blackened gums, and chronic diarrhea. His tongue was often too large for his mouth. His speech slurred. His balance was poor. He couldn't chew solid food. His body seemed to collapse from the inside, all while the empire crumbled on the outside. Spain's economy had flatlined. Its military campaigns faltered. Colonial control weakened. France and Austria lurked, waiting to claim whatever pieces remained once Charles died. But Charles, inexplicably, miraculously, agonizingly, didn't die. Not yet. And that was the problem, because he still had no heir. The second wife, Maria Anna, had failed to conceive. or rather, the king had failed to father, but no one said that aloud. Interference, bad air, and finally, witches. She became increasingly powerful in Charles's name. Foreign ambassadors wrote that she was the true hand behind the dying king, but so did everyone else. As Charles's health declined, the question of succession became urgent and volatile. There were two major contenders: Archduke Charles of Austria, from the Habsburg line, Charles's great-nephew, Philip of Anjou, grandson of Louis XIV of France. Both had claims, both had powerful backers, and both sides knew that Charles's death would mean war. So Charles, drooling, spasming, barely conscious, became Europe's most important chess piece. Courts across the continent spied on his meals, bribed his doctors, and monitored his bodily functions with the urgency of war generals. One French ambassador reported on the king's bowel movements in daily dispatches. Maria Anna backed the Austrian claim. It kept the throne in Habsburg hands. France, of course, wanted Philip. Each faction tried to control access to the king, who spoke to him, who dressed him, who handled his food. And still, Charles wandered the palace halls in confusion, sometimes unable to remember names, other times obsessed with death. He ordered the tombs of Spanish monarchs opened, wanting to look at their corpses, as if to understand what waited for him. He visited his ancestors' bones and wept. He told his courtiers he was already dead. He said he saw shadows in his chambers. He claimed a ghost whispered the name of his successor. But Charles still refused to name one, and so the empire waited, and watched, and decayed, because there had never been a king like Charles II of Spain, the boy born from generations of royal incest, crowned with trembling hands, and preserved by a court too terrified to let go. By 1700, Charles II of Spain was a shadow of a man, and a ghost of a king. He weighed barely 100 pounds, even in his royal robes. His face was pale and sunken. His famous jaw, the heavy, protruding Habsburg chin, had grown worse with age, making speech and chewing nearly impossible. His bones ached, his vision failed, his bowels leaked blood, his ministers whispered of madness. His doctors offered confessions, not cures. His priests prepared for death. But Europe was still waiting, because the dying king still hadn't named an heir. His court, once among the richest in the world, had collapsed into superstition and ceremonial paralysis. No decision could be made without consulting astrologers. A pigeon landing on a windowsill might delay a royal order. A bad dream could result in the arrest of a servant. Even Maria Anna of Neuburg, once a power behind the throne, had lost her grip. King's final message, the one that would determine the future of Europe. Finally, after pressure from the Pope and France, and likely nudging from the only courtiers he still recognized, Charles made a choice. He named Philip of Anjou, grandson of Louis XIV of France, as his heir. It was a dramatic turn. For generations, the Spanish Habsburgs had ruled with one unspoken mission: keep the French out. Now, with his dying breath, Charles had handed them the crown, and in doing so, he signed Europe's death warrant, because the day he died, the balance shattered. Charles passed away on November 1st, 1700, at the age of 38. He died without children, without glory, without resistance, and immediately the courts of Europe exploded. England, Austria, and the Dutch Republic opposed Philip's inheritance. France claimed the Spanish throne. The result was the War of the Spanish Succession, a conflict that would drag on for over a decade, kill hundreds of thousands, redraw borders, and end with the Treaty of Utrecht in 1713. Charles II never saw any of it, but his body and what it revealed became a final chapter. Doctors performed an autopsy. Their notes were brief, brutal, and chilling. The body did not contain a single drop of blood. The heart was the size of a peppercorn. The lungs were corroded, the intestines gangrenous, and his head was filled with water. For a moment, the world stared into the remains of a dynasty that had turned in on itself, that had married niece to uncle, cousin to cousin, generation after generation, until it had produced a king who could barely hold a spoon. Charles, too, wasn't a villain. He wasn't a tyrant. He was a victim of centuries of dynastic obsession. He was raised not to lead, but to represent the idea of Habsburg rule, the illusion of strength, the echo of power. And when he finally died, he took with him an entire royal identity. Their bloodline ended in water, rot, and sorrow. Spain, battered and bankrupt, would never again dominate Europe. The glory days of conquest and empire had ended with a man who could barely speak and could never father a child. He had ruled for 35 years, and in that time done almost nothing. And yet, in doing nothing, he changed everything. Because sometimes history isn't moved by greatness. Sometimes it's shaped by the slow collapse of something once too proud to bend. Charles, too, didn't bring Spain to ruin. He was the final, fragile reminder that it had been rotting from the inside for a very long time. When Elizabeth I of England, the so-called Virgin Queen, looked around her court, she saw courtiers, rivals, and diplomats. But she also saw cousins, dozens of them, some distant, some dangerously close, and all of them had one thing in common, a pedigree, like spaghetti. This is the story of how Elizabeth's extended family tree was less of a tree and more of a braided crown of cousin marriages, royal ambition, and dangerously close bloodlines, all circling the Tudor throne like bees around a sugar-dusted corpse. Let's start with Mary, Queen of Scots, Elizabeth's cousin, rival, and eventual prisoner. Mary wasn't just any cousin. She was first cousin, once removed through Elizabeth's paternal aunt, Margaret Tudor. That alone made her a legitimate threat. But Mary didn't stop there. She went and married her cousin, Henry Stuart, Lord Darnley, who was himself Elizabeth's cousin, also through Margaret Tudor. So Mary married her own cousin, who was also Elizabeth's cousin, which meant her son, James VI of Scotland, was a double cousin to Elizabeth through both his parents. That's already confusing. But we're just getting started. The Tudor dynasty had always dabbled in close relations, not quite as aggressively as the Habsburgs, but certainly with enough repetition to raise a few modern eyebrows. Henry VIII, Elizabeth's father, had 6 wives, but nearly every serious candidate for marriage came from inside the family circle. One of the early favorites to marry Elizabeth was her cousin Edward Courtenay, a descendant of Edward IV. He was imprisoned for years in the Tower and later exiled, partially because his Tudor bloodline made him too legitimate. Then there was Catherine Grey, sister of Lady Jane Grey. She secretly married Edward Seymour, heir to the Protector Somerset, without Elizabeth's permission. That might seem like a normal scandal, but both Catherine and Edward were Tudor adjacent, which made their children a threat to Elizabeth's legitimacy. Their offspring were placed under house arrest for decades, because in this era, family wasn't comfort, it was a loaded weapon. Of them with claims to the English throne, the Howards, the Poles, the Courtenays, the Stuarts, all tangled in a web of noble birth, overlapping marriages, and suspiciously recurring facial structures. Even among her ladies-in-waiting, Elizabeth often found herself surrounded by kin. Letty Knowles, a cousin, married Robert Dudley, Elizabeth's favorite, and was banished from court for it. Catherine Carey, another cousin, was rumored to be the illegitimate daughter of Henry VIII, which made her potentially Elizabeth's half-sister. And the oddest part, this mess of interrelated nobles was by design. The Tudor court recycled bloodlines. It preserved dynasties through careful matchmaking, usually between first or second cousins, to keep land, power, and loyalty in the family. Sitting next to someone who shared a grandparent with you, this incestuous entanglement wasn't just an English problem. Elizabeth's extended royal network reached into Europe, and the same patterns emerged. She corresponded with Charles II of Spain, the infamous inbred king. She was distantly related to the Habsburgs, Guises, and Valois, all of whom practiced similar levels of close relative marriages. And every time a marriage alliance was suggested, France, Spain, Austria, the pool of options narrowed to cousins, cousins of cousins, or double cousins once removed. It was awkward, because in a world where legitimacy meant everything, Elizabeth's childlessness meant that her cousins were the future, and the more closely related they were, the more dangerous they became. If the Tudors were obsessed with succession, then Elizabeth I lived in the crosshairs of inheritance, paranoia, and her cousins. Those royal offshoots dangling from the same trunk were either trying to marry into power, claim it, or avoid being executed for even looking like they might. And that brings us to the Grey sisters. We've already mentioned Catherine Grey, whose secret marriage to Edward Seymour had landed her under house arrest. First cousin, once removed, had been queen for 9 days in 1553. She was placed on the throne by Protestant nobles to block the Catholic Mary I. When that coup failed, Mary had Jane imprisoned and eventually beheaded. Elizabeth never forgot it, and never forgave anyone who looked even vaguely like a repeat threat. So when Catherine Grey produced 2 sons with noble Tudor blood, Elizabeth reacted as if someone had lit a fuse under her throne. Those boys, Edward and Thomas Seymour, were essentially next in line after Elizabeth in the Protestant line of succession, and worse. They were healthy, normal, fertile, dangerously viable as kings. So they were imprisoned. Not executed. Elizabeth wasn't reckless, but locked away, forgotten by time, and deliberately erased from the court's consciousness. Then there were the Stuarts. We've already covered Mary, Queen of Scots, Elizabeth's Catholic cousin, who openly claimed to be the rightful Queen of England. After years of rebellion, plots, and religious tension, Elizabeth finally had her executed in 1587. But Mary's son, Protestant, he was male, and he had a double claim to Elizabeth's throne through both Tudor and Stuart lines. But Elizabeth never named him heir. To do so would have invited assassination attempts, uprisings, and possibly worse, early retirement. Still, everyone knew, and that knowledge kept Elizabeth surrounded by a court of people who were either closely related enough to inherit the throne if James was excluded, or terrified enough of being suspected of ambition to stay far from it. It created a culture where blood was both a blessing and a curse. Your Tudor ancestry could get you a castle or a beheading. Your proximity to Elizabeth could mean power or ruin. Everyone watched everyone else. Every cousin was a potential claimant or a potential traitor. Even Henry Hastings, the third Earl of Huntingdon, a distant cousin with Plantagenet blood, was kept in a state of deliberate irrelevance. He never caused trouble, so Elizabeth never rewarded him. And perhaps strangest of all were the whispers that Elizabeth herself was illegitimate, the child not of Anne Boleyn and Henry VIII, but of a hidden lover or a servant or some other absurd rumor. Why? Because if Elizabeth was illegitimate, then the whole game reset. The throne would pass not to her children, she had none, but to her cousins, to the Greys, the Poles, the Courtenays, the Stuarts, and so the cousins waited, and waited, and waited, until Elizabeth reached her 60s. The Virgin Queen, once the most eligible bachelorette in Europe, had become the only thing worse than a spinster in Tudor England, a monarch without an heir, and her cousins. They were still there, still dangerous, still smiling, still tracing their bloodlines in the margins of their books, and wondering, when she dies, will it finally be my turn? By the late 1590s, Elizabeth I was no longer the radiant Gloriana of portraits and poetry. Her teeth were blackened, her hair a wig, her hands arthritic. She paced the halls at night, muttering to herself, refusing to go to bed, as if sleep might steal the crown from her head. She wore heavy makeup to hide her face, and even loyal ministers whispered that the Queen's famous wit was growing brittle. And still she would not name an heir. Why? Because in a court full of cousins, naming one heir meant condemning the others. It meant inviting plots, treason, assassination. It meant acknowledging that the Virgin Queen would one day die, and Elizabeth refused to give history that satisfaction. And so England waited, and so did the cousins. There were dozens of them, too many, each with a technical claim, and each with a different set of supporters. Protestant versus Catholic, native English versus Scottish, Tudor adjacent versus foreign-born. The Greys were largely dead, or politically dead. The Courtenays were extinct. The Poles had been executed decades earlier, which left only a few viable names and one clear frontrunner. James VI of Scotland, son of Mary, Queen of Scots, raised Protestant, educated, ambitious, and, by blood, the great-grandson of Henry VII, just like Elizabeth. He had been quietly lobbying for the throne for decades. He wrote flattering letters to Elizabeth. He built relationships with English nobles. He kept his army well-funded, just in case. But Elizabeth never confirmed him, not publicly. Even in her last months, surrounded by illness and aging courtiers, she refused to put pen to paper, and that left everyone else in suspense. Foreign ambassadors didn't know whether to congratulate or conspire. The nobility didn't know who to side with, and Elizabeth's own household staff began to speak in hushed tones about preparing for a transition without daring to say who the next monarch would be. Then, in March 1603, the Queen fell into what her doctors called lethargy of the spirits. She lay on a pallet on the floor at Richmond Palace. She refused food, refused sleep, refused to speak, and finally, after days of staring silently into space, she was asked one last time, "Who shall succeed you?" According to the few witnesses present, she raised her hand slowly and pointed toward the north. It was not a signature, not a declaration, but it was enough. When Elizabeth died on March 24th, 1603, she was surrounded by silence. No husband, no children, no royal heir by her side. Only anxious courtiers and the shadows of 100 cousins. Within hours, messages were sent. Before the Queen's body had even cooled, a plan was in motion. James VI of Scotland was proclaimed James I of England. And just like that, the Tudor line was gone, replaced by the Stuarts by blood, by cousinhood, by the very thing Elizabeth had feared all her life. Her legacy was astonishing. England's power, navy, culture, and Protestant identity had flourished, but her family had withered into paranoia and obscurity. Her cousins, once threats, became footnotes, except one, because in the end the throne went to the boy whose grandmother Elizabeth had executed, to the double cousin, to the son of her greatest rival, to the one man she never could eliminate, not from court nor from bloodline. And as the Stuart banners were raised over England, one truth remained. Elizabeth may have died childless, but her story ended the only way it could, in a kingdom where every cousin had once hoped to wear her crown. In the dynastic machine of 16th century Europe, royal daughters weren't raised to fall in love. They were trained to hold their tongues, lower their eyes, and marry whoever kept the borders quiet. Elizabeth of Valois, born in 1545, knew this from the cradle. She was French, the daughter of King Henry II of France, and Catherine de' Medici, a woman infamous for her chill, her poison cabinet, and her iron grip on politics. Soft-spoken, from the age of 8, she was groomed for one purpose: to end a war. The war in question was the long, grinding Habsburg-Valois rivalry, a continental feud that had dragged on through Italy, Burgundy, and everywhere else France and Spain could point swords. The proposed solution, a marriage between France, Spain, binding to dynasties in peace. Initially, Elizabeth was promised to Don Carlos, the unstable, brooding son of Philip II of Spain. He was heir to one of the largest empires on earth, but also, by all accounts, dangerously unwell, violent, paranoid, erratic. Still, the match moved forward. Treaties were signed, portraits exchanged. Elizabeth was told she would be Queen of Spain eventually, and then everything changed. Philip II's wife, Mary Tudor of England, died in 1558, and suddenly Philip, now a widower, decided he would marry Elizabeth himself. That's right, the father would marry the girl originally promised to his son. She was 13, he was 32. The French court was stunned. Even Catherine de' Medici, not known for sentiment, hesitated. But politics won. The marriage went forward. Elizabeth wept on her wedding day. In public, she was the perfect bride, graceful, polite, fluent in Spanish. In private, she was terrified. Philip was cold, obsessed with control. He rarely smiled. He worked 18-hour days, surrounded by paper and silence. Elizabeth, now Queen of Spain, was expected to match his piety and to produce an heir. The court watched her closely. Was she pregnant? Was she devout enough? Was she becoming properly Spanish? And Don Carlos, the son she didn't marry, grew restless. He watched her from afar, convinced they had been meant for each other. He wrote disturbing letters. He lingered in hallways, and as the years passed and Elizabeth bore no children, the court's tension deepened. In portraits, she remained hauntingly beautiful, always pale, always composed, always distant. A queen imported, but never quite accepted. And always, beneath the surface, a question lingered. What happens when a queen becomes a ghost in her own marriage? In the endless stone corridors of the Spanish court, formality was everything. There were rules about how to walk, rules about how many steps to take toward the king, rules about who could look directly at the queen. And for Elizabeth of Valois, every rule was another reminder. She was French, watched, and alone. Her marriage to Philip II had begun in ceremony and silence. Now it settled into routine, stiff dinners, long prayers, endless protocol. Her Spanish wasn't perfect. Her Catholicism, while sincere, was not grim enough. And, worst of all, for nearly 5 years, her womb remained empty. That alone made her vulnerable. The Spanish court was obsessed with heirs. Philip's empire stretched from Madrid to Manila, Naples to New Spain. It needed a future, a son, but Elizabeth, young and pale and foreign, became the focus of suspicion and disappointment. And Don Carlos, her stepson, only made things worse. He had never forgiven his father for stealing his bride. He had never forgiven Elizabeth for accepting. Though he was technically heir to the Spanish throne, Don Carlos was not well. His tutors described him as brilliant in short bursts, then manic. He was prone to violence, paranoid rages, dangerous mood swings. One minute he'd give alms to beggars. The next he'd throw a servant down the stairs. His health was as fragile as his mind. Permanent cognitive issues and increased the erratic behavior. He refused to bathe. He hoarded sharp objects. He smashed windows. And all the while, he remained dangerously fixated on Elizabeth. Some say he declared his love to her. Some say he believed she secretly returned it. Some even claimed he planned to abduct her. Whatever the truth, one thing is clear. Don Carlos was not fit to rule, and Elizabeth was caught in the middle. In public, she avoided him. In private, she reportedly prayed for him, but rumors swirled. Did she pity him? Did she fear him? Did she once, even briefly, care for him? It didn't matter, because Philip was watching. And what Philip saw was a son unraveling and a wife he could not control. In 1568, Don Carlos was arrested by his own father. He was dragged from his chambers, stripped of his titles, and locked in a windowless room. No trial, no announcement, no explanation. He died 6 months later. The official cause, natural causes. But everyone knew that in Spain, that meant silenced. Elizabeth was shattered. Don Carlos had been a threat, yes, but he had also been a boy she had once been promised to, a human remnant of the life she'd almost lived. Some whispered she had argued against his arrest. She was likely not consulted at all, because she wasn't a queen in power, just a queen in place. Her job was to kneel, to smile, to wear silence like silk. She took longer walks alone. She became thinner, paler. Her once bright letters to her mother in France grew shorter, stiffer. But then, a flicker of light. In 1566, after years of prayer and pressure, Elizabeth gave birth to a daughter, then another, and then, in 1571, to a third, Infanta Catalina Michaela. Still no son, but at least now she was a mother, and that changed everything. Or so it seemed, because just as she began to find comfort in her daughters, her body failed again. Nothing worked. She miscarried, she weakened, she died. At just 23 years old, Philip wept in public, as was expected. Spain declared mourning, and then the court moved on. A new marriage, a new queen, a search for a male heir. But in private, those who knew Elizabeth remembered something else. A quiet queen, a girl turned woman with no real home, not in France, not in Spain, a ghost of diplomacy, a pawn who became a wife, a mother, and then a memory, all before reaching her mid-20s. Elizabeth of Valois died on October 3, 1568. The official cause was complications from miscarriage, likely infection. She was 23 years old. She had been Queen of Spain for less than a decade. She had borne to surviving daughters, and she had never truly belonged. Her tomb was placed beside his, or rather, where his tomb would one day be. That was his wish, a gesture of respect, or guilt, or habit. But in life, Philip had been as distant in marriage as he was devoted in death. He mourned Elizabeth publicly. He refused to remarry for years. He kept her portraits, commissioned funerary masses, and spoke of her as his beloved queen. Yet even this affection was wrapped in ritual. He preserved her letters, but didn't reread them. He remembered her beauty, but not her opinions. She became an ideal, not a person. And that was how history kept her. Elizabeth of Valois, the beautiful, obedient French queen, elegant, virtuous, childlike, tragic, but the real Elizabeth, the one who spoke 5 languages, who loved poetry, who laughed at jokes, too fast for the stiff Spanish court, vanished. She left no political legacy, she wrote, no treatises. Instead, her image was frozen in portraiture, a pale face framed by pearls, a black velvet gown, stitched with gold hands, gently folded, eyes gazing slightly downward, always downward. That pose became iconic. In art, she represented the perfect queen, silent, noble, decorative. In death, she was weaponized, used to remind future consorts of how to behave. Even her own daughters were raised under the shadow of her modesty rather than her strength. And yet, there are cracks in the silence, and of a growing awareness that she was not merely an ornament. In one letter, she refers to herself as a French flower pressed in Spanish stone. In another, she jokes that her coronation crown made her look like a goose dressed for dinner. These are not the words of a lifeless queen. They are the words of a girl trying to find herself inside a cage made of ceremony. But Spain had no room for that. In a court ruled by paranoia, religious austerity, and a husband who believed more in paperwork than people, Elizabeth was never allowed to grow, only to shrink. Her daughters, Isabella, Clara, Eugenia, and Catherine Michaela, would go on to be powerful in their own rights, one as governor of the Spanish Netherlands, the other as Duchess of Savoy. They carried their mother's blood, but not her silence. And so, through them, perhaps, Elizabeth spoke again, not loudly, not in rebellion, but in persistence. Her story is not one of triumph. It's not dramatic, not even scandalous. It's about what happens when a life is lived entirely for others, and then forgotten because it was too quiet to make history take notice. But history has a way of remembering what it once ignored. In Spain today, few speak her name. But her portraits still hang, her letters still whisper, Her tomb still rests beside the king who ruled everything except her fate. She was never meant to be powerful, only peaceful, only pretty, only present. And in the end, too much to ask, Navarre. Not quite France, not quite Spain. A sliver of a kingdom wedged between two empires, with mountains for walls and dynasties for vultures. In the medieval world, Navarre was small but strategic, too weak to stand alone, too tempting to ignore. It sat atop the Pyrenees like a pawn stuck between two kings, and for centuries that made its queens both irreplaceable and invisible. This is the story of the women who ruled Navarre, or tried to. The ones born royal, but treated like bargaining chips. The ones who wore the crown, but never held the scepter. And most of all, the ones history forgot. Let's begin with Joan I of Navarre. Born in 1273, Joan was the only surviving child of King Henry I that made her queen at age 1. But as a toddler queen in a fragile kingdom, she was immediately sent off to the French court, betrothed to Philip IV, son of the French king. It was a brilliant move for France, because by marrying Joan, Philip would inherit not just her person, but her entire kingdom. Navarre, Champagne, Brie, all fell under French control through marriage, not war. Joan, barely a teenager, was crowned Queen of France, but never allowed to govern Navarre herself. Instead, France ruled Navarre by proxy. Joan was praised for her piety, her beauty, her fertility. She bore for children, but her actual authority was non-existent. She died at 32, likely from complications after childbirth. And as for Navarre, it stayed in French hands. Joan's son became Louis X, and in doing so, he inherited Navarre as a side dish. But here's the twist. When Louis X died, he left behind a daughter, Joan II, and suddenly, everything stopped. Why? Because a woman couldn't inherit France. The French nobility invoked Salic law, claiming that no woman could wear the French crown, and since Joan II couldn't be Queen of France, they decided she couldn't be Queen of Navarre either. The logic was slippery. The sexism, not even subtle. But in the end, after legal wrangling and dynastic maneuvering, Joan II got Navarre back, but only the northern half. The southern regions, across the mountains, were lost forever to Castile and Aragon. So she ruled a half-kingdom, inherited from a mother who'd never ruled at all, in a crown that had to be peeled away from men's hands. It wouldn't be the last time. Over the next 2 centuries, Navarre would become a place where queens were crowned in name, but ignored in law. Blanche I of Navarre, forced to cede power to her husband. Eleanor of Navarre, declared queen too, late to actually rule. Catherine of Navarre, the last truly independent monarch, married off to John III of Albret, and gradually squeezed out of decision-making entirely. Each of them wore the crown, each of them tried to hold it, and each of them was pushed aside by husbands, sons, or invaders. Navarre's queens were born with royal titles, but denied royal agency. They signed documents, they bore heirs, they traveled for treaties, but when it came time to govern, they were moved like objects, not rulers. And by the time Castile and Aragon turned into Spain, and Navarre was swallowed up piece by piece, those women, those queens, became nothing more than footnotes in marriage contracts. But they were real. They lived. They ruled briefly, bitterly, brilliantly, and they vanished. And somehow, that feels worse than tragedy. It feels like erasure. By the early 1400s, Navarre's queens had become symbolic, not sovereign. They still wore crowns. They still appeared in public processions. They still signed documents with ornate signatures and wax seals, but the real power that rested with their husbands. Take Blanche I of Navarre, crowned queen in 1425. She was intelligent, highly educated, fluent in Latin and diplomacy. The daughter of Charles III, she was raised to rule, and for a brief moment it seemed she might. But then she married John II of Aragon, and from the moment they said their vows, the crown began to slip from her hands. John II, already a powerful prince in Iberia, made it clear that he would not share. Blanche was queen, yes, but only when he wasn't in the room. And once he was in the room, she was relegated to consort, not coroller. She bore him children. She upheld his alliances. She maintained the court while he traveled. And then she died. But her story didn't end there, because her son, Charles, Prince of Viana, should have inherited Navarre. Instead, John II refused to step aside. He claimed Blanche had willed the crown to him, not their son. This was almost certainly untrue, but Blanche was dead, and dead queens don't argue. Charles rebelled. John had him imprisoned. Charles died in captivity. That makes 2 generations of Navarrese monarchs, Blanche and her son, denied their thrones by the same man. And then came Eleanor, Blanche's daughter, who had watched it all. She too was named Queen of Navarre, but not until she was 70 years old, after her father finally died. She reigned for 15 days before dying herself. 15 days. A lifetime of royal training reduced to a ceremonial fortnight. That was Navarre's curse. The queens were always technically monarchs, but never quite allowed to rule. It happened again with Catherine of Navarre in the late 1400s. She was crowned queen at 13, married at 14, and almost immediately pushed aside by her husband, John III of INBRED, who took the reins of government. But Catherine was not passive. She resisted French interference. She tried to assert her rights. She even raised armies. But it wasn't enough. In 1512, Ferdinand of Aragon, future father-in-law of Henry VIII's first wife, invaded Navarre under the excuse of political instability and never gave it back. Catherine and John were forced into exile. Their kingdom shrank to Lower Navarre, a tiny wedge north of the Pyrenees. By the time Catherine died, Navarre as an independent power was functionally over. But here's the thing. Navarre never stopped crowning queens. The crown passed through daughters, wives, sisters. It was inherited matrilineally when no male heir existed, which was often. This made Navarre almost unique in Europe, a monarchy where women could rule by right, not just by marriage. But every time they tried, someone, a father, a husband, a foreign power, stepped in, and slowly the narrative changed. Navarre became troublesome. Its queens became weak. Its independence was unsustainable. Its power, a formality. These women were written out of official histories, their portraits stored in monasteries, their policies attributed to their husbands, their failures conveniently blamed on their gender, and over time, the idea of a queen regnant became something to avoid, not celebrate. The women who ruled Navarre were no longer remembered as monarchs. They became wives of kings, mothers of future rulers, decorations on a timeline. And yet, they kept appearing, and they kept trying, again and again. one generation after another, each one a little more distant from actual power, a little closer to historical silence. But silence is not the same as absence. They were there, and they mattered. By the 16th century, Navarre was no longer a kingdom in the traditional sense. The southern half had been swallowed by Spain. The northern half, clinging to the base of the Pyrenees, remained symbolically independent, but in practice it was tethered to France, propped up by titles, rituals, and memory. And the women who once ruled it, they became lines on a family tree, daughters of this count, wives of that duke, queens in name, but not in memory. There was Marguerite of Angoulême, sister to Francis I of France, who married into Navarre in the early 1500s. She was a scholar, a patron of the arts, a religious reformer. She wrote poetry. She supported humanist thinkers. She sheltered Protestants during persecution, and yet she is remembered more as a French intellectual than a Navarrese queen. Then came her daughter, Jeanne d'Albret, who ruled from 1555 to 1572. Jeanne was a force of nature, intelligent, sharp-tongued, politically savvy. She converted to Calvinism, declared it the official religion of Navarre, and defied the powerful Catholic French crown at every turn. She argued with the Pope. She fought with Catherine de' Medici. She even personally negotiated her son's future marriage to Margaret of Valois, which would later erupt in the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre. But in the end, she died suddenly in Paris, possibly poisoned. Her enemies were many. Her kingdom again was hanging by threads. Her son, Henry of Navarre, would go on to become Henry IV of France, the first of the Bourbon dynasty. He famously converted back to Catholicism, declaring Paris is worth a mass, and brought an exhausted France back under one crown. But with him, Navarre was finished, fully absorbed into the French state. Its crown, its parliament, its customs, all folded into the French monarchy. And just like that, centuries of female rule, of succession through daughters, of queens who governed, rebelled, negotiated, disappeared into the margins. Even modern historians have struggled to write about these women. Why? Because they left fewer records, because their male counterparts were louder, because most chroniclers weren't interested in queens unless they caused a war, seduced a pope, or lost their heads. The women of Navarre, Blanche, Joan, Catherine, Eleanor, Jeanne didn't fit the mold. They were quietly powerful, or tragically sidelined, or simply unlucky, but they mattered. They kept a kingdom alive between two giants. They outlasted invasions, betrayals, and dynastic absorption. They held the line even when no one noticed. And their stories remind us that history is not just written by the victors, it's rewritten by the comfortable. The queens of Navarre were never comfortable. They were adaptable, ambitious, often alone. They wore crowns made of compromise. And in many ways, that's harder than conquest. Because to survive as a woman in power, when every system is built to erase you, is to live 1,000 small defeats without ever losing the war completely. And that, perhaps, is the truest kind of resilience. Not the glory of remembered victory, but the quiet dignity of being impossible to erase completely.